we're just gonna be researching more about the Gulf War. There we go. Did you already bring that to him, babe?
Yeah, I just ran it over right now.
Oh, nice. I heard you walk out. I heard the door shut, but I didn't hear it open again.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I thought that you opened up the door and then didn't bring it, and then didn't go outside.
Well, you went out there, 'cause I thought you were out there right now after work.
You what?
I thought you were out there.
Oh, really? No, I just started streaming. All right. I'm gonna play a game of Risk. Watch video about Operation Desert Storm on YouTube, and then we'll get into more research.
This video is brought to you by the military online game War Thunder. More about them in just a bit. After the dust had settled from the devastating Iran-Iraq war, Saddam Hussein was in dire straits. Iraq had gone into serious international debt to finance the war, and although the war eventually ended in a stalemate, that money still needed to be paid back. One nation in particular that he owed a lot of money to was Kuwait, who had loaned Iraq $14 billion over the previous decade. Along with the debt, Kuwait was also producing an oil surplus, which was driving down global prices, in turn hurting Iraq's economy. And to top it all off, they were also accused of slant drilling, allowing them to steal from Iraqi oil fields. Looking at all of this, Saddam Hussein decided to take matters into his own hands, and so on August the 2nd, 1990, Iraq invaded Kuwait, annexing the smaller nation in just 2 days. Despite Iraq's old sovereign claims to Kuwait dating back to the end of the Ottoman Empire, the rest of the world wasn't very amused, and plans were soon underway to take back Kuwait by force. What would soon form was the largest military alliance since World War II, and they were about to embark on one of the most successful military operations of the 20th century.
Yeah, it's crazy how fast this shit went down. Both the invasion of Kuwait and how fast Operation Desert Storm happened. Like, Desert Shield took a while,
Kuwait,
but...
the United States began deploying troops to Saudi Arabia under what was known as the Carter
Like, after the
Doctrine,
bombing
a defensive
campaign?
posture to protect allies in the Persian Gulf. As US troops began stacking up, the operation became known as Operation Desert Shield, even the name affirming the fact that this was an entirely defensive move, hoping to ward off any further Iraqi aggression until the whole situation with Kuwait could be resolved. But that all got thrown out the window on August the 8th, 1990, when Saddam Hussein declared Kuwait to be Iraq's 19th province and appointed his cousin as its new military governor. Abandoning the defensive idea, US President George H.W. Bush and UK
pussy.
Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher began sending forces to Saudi Arabia and urged their allies to do so as well. An anti-Iraq
Margaret Thatcher,
coalition
bro.
was forming, and the US wanted to make sure that as many nations were involved as possible. Representatives from the US traveled across the globe on diplomatic missions to recruit for their coalition, and they had surprising success. Argentina, Bangladesh, Czechoslovakia, Niger, you name it. Even Afghanistan sent 500 fighters to participate, and Syria and Egypt committed huge forces, eager to tame Saddam before they became his next victims. In total, an alliance of 39 nations forms the coalition, the largest since the formation of the Allies in the Second World War. 35 of these would actually
But it was
send troops to
mainly
Saudi
America,
Arabia, while others such as
let's be
Germany
honest.
only played a defensive role in case the war spread to Turkey. Over the next few months, coalition forces began piling up in Saudi Arabia and extensive training was underway. One training exercise, Operation Imminent Thunder, was so massive that it involved the aircraft carrier USS Midway, 15 other ships, 1,000 aircraft, and more than 1,000 Marines. Eventually, the troop buildup reached 956,000 men, about 70% of those from the US, the other most major contributors being the UK, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia. More than 2,000 aircraft arrived on the scene, 1,000 more tanks, 5 aircraft carriers with one more on the way, and dozens of other ships. Meanwhile, diplomatic efforts to resolve the situation were still underway. Negotiations tried
Are you done,
and
bro?
failed. Several UN resolutions were passed condemning the annexation, and Saddam said that he would leave the country only if a fairly long list of political and trade items were agreed to, but
They seem
no one
pretty
agreed.
reasonable,
He also
okay?
had a lot of beef with
No.
Israel, trying to use his position in Kuwait to negotiate for Palestine or to dismantle Israel's nuclear arsenal, but that didn't really pan out either. In November 1990, the UN Security Council passed Resolution 678, which gave Saddam Hussein a deadline: leave Kuwait by January the 15th, 1991, or the use of force would be authorized. Remember, this was no vague threat. The force that they were talking about was already on his doorstep, but Saddam wasn't the kind of guy to back down. By December, there was only a month left before the deadline, and the world was holding its breath. When asked if Iraq would attack its neighbors if invaded, Iraq's foreign minister responded, yes, absolutely yes. War was on the horizon, and the only man who could stop it had no intention of doing so. So, ladies and gents, have you ever dreamed of flying a World War II Spitfire, battling on a Sherman tank, or commanding an aircraft carrier? Well, look no further, because War Thunder's got you covered. Virtually. Or go to playwt.link/warographics, or because that's a bit of a nightmare, there's a link below, and start playing War Thunder on PC, PlayStation, or Xbox. And if you register with my link, you'll get a large free bonus pack, including multiple premium vehicles, a premium account, boosters, and much more. Don't miss out, there's a link below, and now back to today's video.
Today we're going to talk about what melatonin is and why you should consider an alternative instead. Melatonin is a hormone made by the pineal gland in your brain. It's basically the messenger that announces bedtime.
As the last diplomatic efforts failed, Saddam's deadline came and passed, and just like they'd promised, the coalition struck. The Gulf War had officially begun, kicked off under codename Operation Desert Storm. The plan for Desert Storm involved 2 main stages. First, an air war to achieve aerial supremacy and strike ground targets, followed by a ground invasion. The air war would last more than 5 weeks, during which coalition members would fly over 100,000 sorties and drop nearly 90,000 tons of bombs. On January the 17th, 1991, Desert Storm began with a helicopter group called Task Force Normandy. 8 Apache helicopters, led by 4 Pave Low helicopters, crossed into Iraqi territory and struck radar sites near the border at 2:38 a.m. These were a critical first target, as it slowed Iraq's response time to the upcoming assault. Minutes later, missiles and bombs began landing on air bases in western Iraq, courtesy of 22 F-15s. No sooner were these airstrikes underway than Baghdad was under attack itself. 10 F-117 Nighthawks were already over the capital, their stealth technology protecting them from more than 3,000 anti-aircraft guns searching for them in the dark. While this is all going down, the navies got involved as well. Dozens of Tomahawk missiles were fired from their ships, striking targets in and near Baghdad, taking down oil refineries, power plants, and factories. Along with the missiles, naval gunfire struck targets along the Kuwaiti coast. Several ships from the Iraqi Navy tried to make a run for the open ocean during these first hours, but they were spotted by a highly advanced P-3 Orion called Outlaw Hunter, who dispatched strike units that ended up sinking 11 Iraqi ships. Outlaw Hunter was so advanced that at one point it even used infrared imaging on a ship to detect Iraqi markings underneath a recent coat of paint that showed Egyptian markings. Along with airfields, bases, factories, and energy infrastructure, one of the main targets during the opening day of the invasion was Iraq's air defense system. Iraq has an extensive anti-air
Oh,
network
this smells
consisting
different
of
than
thousands
usual.
of surface-to-air missile systems, mobile anti-air units, and fixed AA guns, and taking these out was of the utmost priority to secure the skies. On day 1, the Coalition Air Force consisted of more than 2,000 fixed-wing aircraft, and in just the first 24 hours, they ran 2,775 sorties, perhaps the most incredible of which was a group of 7 B-52 bombers, which flew all the way from Louisiana to launch 35 cruise missiles before heading back home. Their trip was 35 hours of non-stop flying and covered more than 14,000 miles or 22,500 kilometers. The air war demonstrated in just a few hours how incredibly powerful the coalition was, and this was one thing that the alliance was banking on. If they could overwhelm the Iraqi defenses and make them believe that they were hopelessly outgunned against a superior, almost futuristic enemy, they would give up the fight. This was the whole idea behind the iconic shock and awe. If you could break the enemy's will in the opening battles, the ones down the road will be much easier. This didn't exactly work, at least at first, as despite the immense damage they were taking, the Iraqi resolve remained strong. This was especially aided by the Iraqi belief that this was a war of destiny, a final battle with the West. To hammer this home, just 5 hours after the airstrikes began, Iraqi state radio announced, "The great duel, the mother of all battles, has begun. The dawn of victory nears as this great showdown begins." But this great showdown was seriously one-sided. Iraqi aircraft stood no chance against the coalition forces, only scoring 1 kill and losing 36 in the first few days. Following these losses, Saddam knew that they couldn't fight directly in the air, so
that was
most
no
of the
good.
aircraft were transported to hardened bunkers, and some of them fled to Iran. But make no mistake, Iraq still fought back. On the second day of Desert Storm, Iraq fired 8 ballistic missiles at Israel, and over the course of the next few weeks fired a total of 42. There were only 2 direct casualties from these attacks, though quite a few
was no
elderly
es
people died
bueno,
of
mi
heart attacks
amigos.
during. But that wasn't the real purpose of the rockets. What Saddam really wanted to do was provoke Israel into joining the conflict. If Israel joined the coalition, there was a chance that the Arab nations in the alliance would withdraw and even potentially switch sides. There was also a chance that it could drag previously neutral countries onto Iraq's side for a chance to get back at Israel.
Damn it, I was really hoping for the
a
horse.
good strategy, and it almost worked. After the first missiles hit the ground, Israel had already scrambled fighters and was preparing to retaliate, but just
Israel
in time,
decided
President
not to-
Bush convinced
decided
Israeli
not to.
Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir
Oh, I didn't
that
know that
promising
they
to send missile
told
defense
Israel not
systems.
to.
Israel cooperated, though there was still a fear that Iraq could start loading their missiles with chemical weapons, as they'd done against Iran the previous decade. And for this reason, Israeli citizens were given gas masks and the drug atropine to counterattack nerve agents. But fortunately, such an attack never came. Israel came very close to joining the war over the next few weeks, even at one point loading up helicopters with special forces and preparing to fly into Iraq, but they were again convinced to stand down at the last moment. To minimize the amount of ballistic missile strikes, US and British special forces infiltrated Iraq on a scud hunting mission. This, combined with an increased focus from the air, drastically decreased the rocket attacks. Along with Israel, Iraq also launched 47 Scuds, one at Qatar and another at Bahrain, but the deadliest was a strike on
I
US
might
Army
lose out
barracks
here
in
soon.
Dhahran, Saudi Arabia, which killed 28 Americans and injured more than 100 when missile
This
defense
motherfucker-
systems
oh,
failed
really?
to
He didn't
detect the
decide to
incoming
do-
rocket.
What?
On January the 29th, Iraq lashed out again, but this time in a different way, by launching a ground attack into the Saudi city Kafshi, which sits right on the border with Kuwait. Their attack involved around 60,000 troops organized into 5 divisions with a few hundred tanks. More advanced mechanized divisions had Soviet-made T-72s, but the rest had to make do with older T-62s and T-55s. Many of these older tanks had been upgraded with modern armor, but spoiler alert, that wasn't going to
you
save them
can't
from the
do it.
coalition air force. The
Alliances.
attack was a 4-pronged offensive with 3 goals: capture Kafij,
You
inflict heavy casualties on
fucking
the
cunt.
coalition, and take as many prisoners of war as possible, as Saddam hoped to use them as a bargaining chip down the road. At 10 p.m. on January the 29th, Iraqi forces moved into Saudi Arabia and quickly reached Kafij. There they engaged US Marines. The Marines only had a few anti-tank weapons and just barely held down their position and slowly retreated while they waited for air support to arrive. Air support indeed came in the form of F-15s, A-10 Warthogs, and Harrier jets. Due to tragic miscommunication, these airstrikes resulted in 11 friendly fire deaths at the first point of battle, but they did succeed in repelling the Iraqi advance. A couple of miles from Kafshi, a column of Iraqi T-55s rolled up to the border, signaling their intention to surrender to coalition troops. When Saudi troops responded and began making their way to the tanks, the Iraqis revealed their true intention and opened fire. This caught the attention of a nearby AC-130, who quickly moved to cover the Saudi troops and destroyed 13 Iraqi tanks in the process. For the whole rest of the night, coalition airstrikes pummeled Iraqi columns, but it was a bit tough to drive them out of Kashi, as the buildings obstructed the view of the tanks and there was a large risk to civilians. Coalition ground forces moved in a bit. Fighting in the street was intense, and a couple of Americans were taken prisoner in the chaos. But by the next day, the city was soon to be recaptured, and Iraqi forces were on the run. Reinforcements were on the way, though, in the form of an Iraqi amphibious assault, making their way across the Persian Gulf and hoping to catch the enemy by surprise. They got spotted on the way, however, and US and British aircraft sank 90% of their boats. By February the 1st, Kashi was retaken. The Battle of Kashi resulted in 43 fatalities for the coalition, 1 downed aircraft and 2 destroyed Saudi tanks. The Iraqis lost nearly 100 tanks in the operation, almost entirely due to airstrikes, which really showcased the deadly potential of air supremacy and just how powerful ground units are when supported from the sky. Despite having to retreat from the city, Iraqi morale was still boosted by the monumentary occupation of Kafshi, which was heavily broadcast back home. Meanwhile, the air war was still ongoing. Iraqi infrastructure had been decimated. The destruction of roads had prevented an estimated 400,000 more Iraqi troops from joining the front lines, and hundreds of vehicles, missile sites, and military bases had been turned into dust. Though this wasn't without collateral damage. In the 5 weeks of bombing, around 2,000 to 3,000 Iraqi civilians were killed, often in brutal circumstances, such as when a British missile originally fired at a bridge malfunctioned and struck a busy marketplace, or a US bombing of an air raid shelter with more than 400 people inside. Deaths of civilians only served to invigorate the Iraqi cause, and they grew even more determined to hold their ground against the coalition. But soon, the true test of their army was arriving. After more than a month of airstrikes, the air war was finished, and the ground invasion was about to begin.
Motherfucker. I just want a horse.
Just as they'd done before the beginning of the air war, the coalition sent Saddam an ultimatum: withdraw from Kuwait by February the 24th, 1991, or face a full-scale invasion. But Saddam treated this demand just as he had treated the previous one. He ignored it.
Nice.
The assembled coalition forces for this operation were simply colossal. Organized into 5 corps, the coalition was bringing every available man to the fight. The center of the line held the heaviest of all the Allied forces, US and British armored divisions, consisting of more than 1,400 main battle tanks, ready to thunder deep into enemy territory with overwhelming force. To the right of them, an assortment of Egyptian, Kuwaiti, Saudi, and Syrian tanks, and on the right flank were the Saudi and American units. The left flank had multiple French divisions, including the French Foreign Legion, hundreds of American tanks and armored vehicles, 16,000 paratroopers, and more. In total, more than 700,000 troops were ready to move in, not counting the naval assets assisting offshore and the hundreds of aircraft that would soon participate in the role of close air support. Compare this to around 200,000 Iraqis on the other side of the front line, who were not only outnumbered and outgunned, but also starting to get hungry as their supply lines had been ripped to shreds. The plan was to have the flanks advanced first and draw the bulk of the Iraqi fire, and as they pushed forward, paratroopers would land far behind enemy lines to set up a forward base for when the rest of the coalition would catch up to them. Next, the center formations would advance forward, spearheading the main assault directly into Iraqi lines. Once this had been accomplished, the whole operation would shift west into Kuwait, where the final showdown with Iraqi forces would decide the victor of the war. On February the 24th, Saddam's deadline passed, and the ground war began, originally nicknamed Operation Desert Saber. The advance was preceded by an overwhelming artillery barrage which fired more than 90,000 rounds at the Iraqi lines and caused immense damage. The Marine advance on the right flank didn't hesitate to follow behind the attack and overwhelmed the first line of Iraqi defenses so quickly that no US losses were taken. While they worked on clearing the minefields to enter Kuwait, more than 100 helicopters began airlifting the paratroopers deep behind enemy lines, flying just above the sand to avoid detection. Wave after wave of transport choppers took thousands of troops just south of their target, a base which had been codenamed Objective Cobra. As the men jumped into the sand, more and more helicopters arrived with artillery and ammunition for them, and within minutes they were already blasting the Iraqi fortifications. Once this was combined with airstrikes, particularly strafes from A-10s, the Iraqis started to surrender. A similar story played out on the far left flank as the French and American divisions thundered into Iraq and smashed through the western defenses, though a nasty sandstorm did slow them quite a bit. When they reached their first objective, they were led by French attack helicopters, and the Iraqis there also surrendered en masse. The Arab forces advancing had the same fortune, taking thousands prisoner while suffering minimal losses. Overall, the Iraqi forces across the front line were hungry, tired, and were starting to lose hope against the superior coalition. It seems that shock and awe was definitely doing its job. But this success did come with a bit of a drawback. Despite having the worst equipment out of the whole coalition, the right flank advanced so quickly that they were hours ahead of schedule, and because the center wasn't going to advance until the following day, this rapidly advancing flank would be vulnerable to Iraqi counterattacks. For this reason, the center advance was pushed up a whole 15 hours, and the troops were given just 2 hours' notice to prepare to move. Another massive artillery bombardment prepared the way for the center units, who crossed into Iraqi territory at 3 p.m. on February the 24th. The units they encountered there were some of Iraq's best, and although they didn't surrender like their peers had on the flanks, they still didn't stand much of a chance. Hiding in trenches that dug into the sands, they watched with horror as a horizon of enemy vehicles moved steadily towards them, and instead of engaging, the coalition simply used armored bulldozers to push sand into several of the trenches, allowing tanks to drive right over them and leaving hundreds buried alive beneath them. The front line had been pulverized with little to no casualties, but the real challenge came the next day as Iraq moved to counterattack.
Below.
There are many places in the world where your access is limited. You can't enter the vaults of Fort Knox. You probably won't find Canada's lost lemon mine. You may never lay eyes on the Vatican's secret archives. And the lost city of Z could remain lost forever. But at Mauser, we give you unlimited access to the widest selection of semiconductors and electronic components from well over 1,000 leading brands.
What followed in the center advance are arguably 3 or 4 of the largest tank battles in American history, and are often referred to
I like
as
how he
the
just has a
last
Red
great
Bull
tank
sitting
battles
there,
of
like,
the
what?
20th century. First up was the Battle of 73 Easting, fought by around 300 British and American tanks against 400 or so Iraqi tanks. As the coalition tanks were moving through the desert, they engaged a couple of lone targets, such as a cluster of bunkers and a couple of scout vehicles, when suddenly they were faced with a huge armored force. Without hesitation, though, the coalition tanks formed up and opened fire, making excellent use of TOW missiles, which they guided into Iraqi tanks with deadly accuracy. But by the time the smoke had cleared, only a single coalition vehicle had been destroyed, an M2 Bradley. 6 people had been killed and 19 wounded. On the Iraqi side, though, 160 tanks had been destroyed, along with 180 other armored vehicles, amounting to more than 1,000 casualties. In addition, more than 1,300 prisoners were also taken in the aftermath of the battle. The next day saw the Battle of Medina Ridge, where once again hundreds of tanks faced off against each other. This time the coalition lost 4 tanks, a few armored vehicles and 2 helicopters, but Iraq lost nearly 200 tanks and more than 250 other vehicles. These were simply unsustainable losses, and then it happened again. The Battle of Norfolk, fought on February the 27th, was unbelievably massive, with 550 Iraqi tanks destroyed along with more than 400 other vehicles. You might think by now that there would be literally nothing left in the Iraqi army, but there were still a few thousand vehicles rumbling around. These ones, though, were retreating out of Kuwait. Knowing that the war was a lost cause, Iraqi armored divisions began the drive back to Iraq on Highway 80. The same highway that they came in on Kuwait in the first place. When the coalition noticed this escaping convoy, they struck immediately, using airstrikes to disable the lead and rear tanks, trapping the rest in between. A traffic jam of thousands of military vehicles had been turned into nothing more than sitting ducks for coalition aircraft. Between the 25th and the 27th of February, dozens of bombing runs blasted the convoy, shredding them with every munition available. The results were so gruesome that the road had earned the nickname the Highway of Death. Nearly 3,000 destroyed vehicles and well over 1,000 casualties. Eyewitnesses reported scores of charred corpses, blood covering the sides of the road as people were hit trying to flee, and stolen Kuwaiti goods were littered about as the occupiers tried to take home some of what they'd pillaged. It remains an incredibly controversial attack, with some saying that it was a disproportionate use of force or that they were retreating in accordance with the original UN resolution, but the US military still stood by their actions, saying that there was a great deal of military equipment destroyed and that there were no signs of refugee casualties, as posited by some journalists. Also, the casualty numbers may not be as high as originally thought, as post-war investigations found that most Iraqis had learned to simply flee their vehicles the moment they had aircraft above them. On the 28th of February, just 4 days after the start of the ground war, Iraq surrendered, and a unilateral ceasefire was signed in the coalition-occupied territory. The coalition had suffered just 292 deaths, half of which were due to either accidents or friendly fire. Iraq, on the other hand, had suffered as many as 50,000 deaths, 75,000 wounded, and more than 100,000 prisoners of war. The absolute power displayed by NATO's top dogs left an impression that is still around to this day, especially when one considers the possibility of a war with the likes of Russia or China, who have not come close to displaying such prowess on the battlefield. After all, this was the US and its allies fighting a war on the other side of the globe, and Russia is currently struggling in its own backyard. It's a modern war that, apart from the civilian casualties, didn't really have many critics as a whole. Public support for the war was incredibly high across coalition nations, and it seemed to come to an ideal end by achieving the liberation of Kuwait, immediately ending the conflict, and withdrawing from the region just a few weeks later. It was at the time considered an option to continue the advance to Baghdad and occupy Iraq, but this was dismissed as too dangerous, both for the troops and for public image. Iraq, on the other hand, was on a steep downward spiral following the war. Saddam tightened his grip on his people, killing as many as 100,000 civilians during a series of uprisings against his regime later that year. This was on top of at least 3,000 civilians who had been killed during Desert Storm, in a country so unbelievably war-torn that the UN described it as being bombed into the pre-industrial age. Widespread international sanctions cut Iraq off from global trade in several sectors, and the debt issue would only get worse. Public anti-American and anti-Western sentiment would skyrocket as a result of this, likely contributing to the hasty decision, in a little over a decade later, to invade Iraq once again and take down Saddam Hussein for good. But that war would not go nearly as well as Desert Storm had, and the idea of a successful and justified war in the Middle East would be tainted forever. Just before I go today, quick reminder, sponsor of today's video is War Thunder. If you're looking for a
We'll watch another video until this game's over.
You cannot almost imagine the scale of this place.
Through the AI deep learning model that we've developed with Delta.
This video is sponsored by Conflict of Nations, a free online player versus player strategy game where you can lead your nation in a modern-day global conflict. Set in the present day, research and make use of over 100 cutting-edge weapons and vehicles to fight with up to 64 real players at a time in exciting real-time combat. Declare war on your neighbours or forge alliances as strong as the coalition of Desert Storm.
What?
Conquer provinces, take capitals, and fight for world domination in hard-fought campaigns that can last weeks. It's the 17th of January 1991, the first day of the air war of Operation Desert Storm. At 7:30 AM, 3 RAF Tornado GR-1s of 15 Squadron take off from the main runway of the Muharraq airfield in Bahrain. One of the original 4 has had to taxi back to the stand after reporting that their Sky Shadow electronic countermeasures pod has failed, its crew devastated at missing out on the mission ahead. All morning, RAF engineers have been carefully looking over the Tornadoes, checking and rechecking the aircraft to make sure they are serviceable for operations over Iraq. Led by Squadron Leader Pablo Mason, the Tornadoes turn to the west, en route to meet with 2 air tankers in the northern desert of Saudi Arabia. 27-year-old Weapons Systems Officer, Flight Lieutenant John Nichol, aboard the second Tornado, has dreamed of flying in the RAF for his entire life, and now he and his comrades are heading into combat for the first time. He later remembered his thinking as the trio of ground attack aircraft continued towards their objective. I wanted to prove that I could do it. It was the most important day of my life. I told myself, I will not screw up, I will not let anyone down, I will be a success. 4 hours earlier, Operation Desert Storm began with an awe-inspiring aerial campaign against Iraq. Aircraft from a massive coalition of nations took to the sky to destroy and degrade Saddam Hussein's military, which had invaded and annexed the small nation of Kuwait the previous August.
Yeah, they
the
took
coalition
that shit over
spent
in
months
like
building
2
up their
days.
military capacity in the Middle East,
That's crazy.
ready to eject the occupying Iraqi army from Kuwait. Saddam refused to withdraw, and so Desert Storm kicked off at 3:30 AM on the 17th of January 1991, and coalition aircraft pounded Iraqi military infrastructure in an overwhelming display of firepower.
I would move that
Squadron
up
Leader
there.
Mason's trio of Tornadoes are taking
That
part
was
in
a
the
super
second
cool.
wave of attacks, looking to keep pressure on the enemy. Their target is the Al Rumaylah airfield, about 50 miles to the west of the city of Basra within Iraq. The objective is to put the airfield out of commission in preparation for the coming ground invasion to liberate Kuwait. Despite the initial punch causing devastating damage to Saddam's military might, the enemy is putting up stiff resistance. Iraq has one of the world's largest and most sophisticated air defense networks, comprising over 154 surface-to-air missile sites and over 10,000 anti-aircraft guns. The first wave was met with heavy fire from these air defense systems, and although no
I was so
aircraft have been
surprised to hear that after the Iraq and Iran war, that Iraq had the 4th biggest army in the world. I did not know that.
lost in combat yet. Every pilot who flies through Iraqi airspace is at serious risk. Nichol and his pilot, John Peters, were preparing for their mission in the Muharraq Air Base operations room when 2 men from the first wave walked in talking excitedly about their experience. "You should have seen the airfield," a navigator exclaimed. "Lit up like a bloody Christmas tree. Flak everywhere. Tubes of bloody molten metal." Realizing that Nichol and Peters are about to face this same threat, he quickly reassures them, "Oh, but don't worry, you'll be okay." Both men come away feeling as though they have not been told the whole truth. After the Tornadoes complete their refuel with the 2 Victor tankers over the North Saudi desert, they detach and drop to just 100 feet above ground level, accelerating to 480 knots. Squadron Leader Mason leads the Tornadoes across the Saudi border and into Iraq, taking advantage of a radar gap created by US Apache gunships earlier that morning when they destroyed an Iraqi border post. Nichol says, "That's it then, no turning back now," as they cross the border in an arrowhead formation. High above them are squadrons of US Air Force F-15 Eagles, which are flying air cover for the mass of ground attack aircraft below. The AWACS monitoring Iraqi airspace give reassuring updates to the squadrons, including the RAF pilot's favourite words, "picture clean." The enemy air forces are not rising to meet them, as the Tornadoes descend even further, first to 50 feet, and then just 30 feet above ground level. In the third aircraft, pilot Mark Paisley spots something on the horizon and exclaims, "What the hell is that on the nose?" His navigator, Mike Toft, squints at what looks like a black lake rapidly approaching them and says, "No idea, but it's not military," before realizing that it is a massive herd of goats shepherded by Bedouin tribesmen. The 3 ship of Tornadoes scream over the curious sight at 30 feet off the ground, while Mason tries to keep his men focused. "Okay, quiet boys, let's get to work." Just to the east of Al Rumaylah, 24 US Marine Corps FA-18 Hornets are attacking the fixed AA and SAM sites guarding the airbase.
Oh,
With the
you
enemy
fucking
distracted,
cunt.
the tornadoes will close to within
Is he
3
really
miles
gonna
of the
try
target,
that?
where the aircraft will each release 8 1,000-pound bombs in what is known as loft bombing. Approaching the release point, the pilots will pull up into a climb and throw the bombs towards the airfield in a ballistic arc. The bombs will be GPS guided onto the runways and concrete shelters protecting Iraqi aircraft. With 10 seconds to go, navigator John Nichol checks and rechecks all of his instruments before confirming that they are ready to strike. All 3 Tornado pilots prepare to pop up through the anti-aircraft fire that will surely come their way.
If you live in Montana, you could lower your electric bill to less than $30 a month. How? First, you need to live in a qualified area. Enter your zip code below to ensure your eligibility.
Flying in the lead, Mason is the first to reach the release point. He pitches his Tornado up sharply. The low-flying GR-1 has attracted the bulk of Iraqi AAA fire. Mason recalls, "The sky suddenly changed as though someone was pulling a dark curtain across my eyes." His 8 bombs come away from the aircraft, and deploying flares to confuse Iraqi SAM sites, they bank hard to starboard to escape the fusillade of fire. Nichol and Peters' aircraft is seconds behind and is about to pull the same maneuver. Nichol announces, "Happy with the target, you're clear to commit." Peters responds, "Stick top live, 3, 2, 1, pull," before pulling back on the control column. As the aircraft climbs, Nichol fires off flares. Peters presses the weapons release button, but nothing happens. "I haven't got a package, I haven't got a package," he shouts back to Nichol as the Tornado rockets above 1,500 feet, perilously exposed to enemy fire. At this moment, Nichol realizes he has made a mistake. He had forgotten to press the final weapon selection switch, which is why the bombs did not drop free. Both men curse as they attempt to fix the problem. Peters banks the Tornado left to make the aircraft harder to hit, nearly inverting them in the process. Desperate to make up for his mistake, Nichol shouts, "We can't fail, let's re-attack." However, he quickly comes to his senses as continuing the attack would put them at greater risk. He changes his mind. "Bugger it, we've got to dump the bombs." The Tornado jettisons its payload over the empty desert as Mason orders them to check in. "We've had a problem." "Don't worry about it," Mason responds. "Just get home." Nichol later recalled, "Despite years of intensive training, I knew in my heart that I'd made a straightforward, terrible mistake." The other aircraft strikes its targets at Al Rumaylah with fire and smoke erupting from the runways. Peters and Nichol are egressing south on Afterburner when the pilot spots a group of Iraqi soldiers next to a communication site. Peters banks hard right to avoid them when one soldier fires a shoulder-launched SA-14 or Strela SAM at them. The Tornado's threat receiver does not detect the missile, and in an instant it impacts the right engine, setting it on fire. "What the hell was that?" Peters shouts as the aircraft nearly tumbles towards the desert. He manages to get a handle on the Tornado and levels it out, but it is severely damaged. He struggles to keep them in controlled flight and orders Nichol to prepare to eject. "I can't hold it." "Don't you bloody well eject," Nichol shouts back. "Just get a hold of it." The Saudi border is less than 100 miles away, and Nichol knows that they stand a better chance of being rescued the further south they get. Just when the Tornado is beginning to stabilize, anti-aircraft fire from the ground strikes one of the Sidewinder air-to-air missiles on board and ignites the rocket propellant. Intense flame begins tearing through the wing like a blowtorch while the engine fire spreads and inches closer to the cockpit. Nichols gasps, "We're on fire," to which Peters responds, "I know we're on fire." Realizing that the situation is hopeless, Nichol informs the rest of the formation that they are bailing out before broadcasting their call sign and position on the emergency frequency. With the airframe disintegrating around them, Peters announces, "Prepare to eject. 3, 2, 1. Eject, eject." Both men eject free from the burning Tornado and parachute to the desert floor. Squadron Leader Mason failed to receive their final transmission and tries to contact them. Check in number 2. The only noise he hears is the static hiss of the radio. John Nichol and John Peters are the first RAF airmen shot down during Operation Desert Storm. Both men are quickly captured by the Iraqi military and taken to Abu Ghraib prison in Baghdad, where they're subjected to intense torture for the next month. Their bruised and beaten faces are paraded on Iraqi TV as a propaganda tool during the war. On the 4th of March 1991, they are released and repatriated to the United Kingdom after Saddam Hussein agrees to withdraw from Kuwait. Nickel will continue to serve in the RAF until 1996, while Peters will retire the following year. Altogether, 39 coalition aircraft are shot down by enemy fire during Operation Desert Storm, and 54 airmen are killed, wounded, or captured.
This guy scares
Thanks again
me.
to
I
our
hate
sponsor
that
Conflict of
the
Nations
way
for
that these
supporting this
people-
video. Don't forget
For generations, we've been farming out here. We look out for each other and we keep our word. But like much of Montana, it's changing. Folks in Washington and some folks moving here don't get it or even care. I may not look like the other senators, but I'm defending our way of life with all I've got. 7 B-52s take off from Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. In 35 hours' time, when they return, a war will have started and they will have set a new record for the longest bombing raid in history. A year prior, in 1990, high levels of oil production in the state of Kuwait and other Arab nations are depressing global oil prices. Because of its economic dependency on oil revenue, neighbouring Iraq is struggling to pay $14 billion debts on loans used to finance its war with Iran in the 1980s. It has come to the point where Iraq is now even struggling to pay for basic government spending. Dating from the fall of the Ottoman Empire after World War I, Iraq has maintained sovereign claims over Kuwait. An accusation that Kuwait is slant drilling Iraqi oil fields gives Iraqi President Saddam Hussein an excuse to invade and annex the small nation on the 2nd of August 1990. Following international condemnation and sanctions, British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher and US President George H.W. Bush begin to deploy forces to Saudi Arabia, urging other countries to do the same. A UN resolution passes, giving Iraq a deadline of the 15th of January 1991 to completely withdraw from Kuwait.
Yeah.
The build-up of coalition
Think
forces in
about
Saudi
it.
Arabia is called Operation Desert Shield. Over a period of 6 months, 35 nations send a total of approximately 1 million military personnel to Saudi Arabia, the largest military alliance since World War II. 2,230 coalition aircraft are sent to bases in Saudi Arabia, and 6 carrier battle groups are deployed in the region. The coalition war plan is first to wage an air war to achieve dominance of the skies above Iraq, and to strike targets to degrade the Iraqi military for when the ground invasion is launched some weeks later. The first day of the air assault will be the most risky. Iraq has a very dangerous arsenal of air defense systems. 154 SAM sites with 16,000 missiles defend Iraq, alongside a further 972 anti-aircraft artillery guns, 2,404 fixed AA guns, and 6,100 mobile AA guns. Baghdad is likely the most heavily defended city in the world. 478 early warning radars watch the skies for coalition aircraft, with command and control centres ready to scramble the Iraqi Air Force's 550 combat aircraft to respond. The priority for day 1 of the air campaign will be to degrade the enemy's air defense systems. The deadline passes, and a day later the Great Air Assault on Iraq is put into motion. H hour, the start of the air war, is scheduled for 2:38 AM on the 17th of January. 2 hours before H hour, the B-52s are nearing the end of their long journey from Louisiana, and an enormous armada of aircraft is taking off all over Saudi Arabia and from carriers in the Red Sea and the Arabian Gulf. 2 flights of helicopters, each with a single Pavlo Special Operations helicopter and 4 Apache attack helicopters, cross the border at low level. Their call sign is Task Force Normandy. Their job is to sneak up on and shoot up 2 key enemy radar positions. This will cut a vital gap in the radar coverage through which the coalition strike aircraft can stream into Iraq to hit their targets. E-2 and E-3 airborne warning and control aircraft, referred to as AWACS, are orbiting near the border, directing operations and keeping an eye on Iraqi airspace. Air-to-air refueling tankers are now refueling the aircraft of the enormous first striking force over Saudi Arabia.
For the last few months, large formations of coalition aircraft have massed every night near the border, so as not to cause a specific alarm in the enemy command structure when the air war does start. What Iraqi radars can't see tonight is the further formations of aircraft massing further away from the border at low level. F-117 stealth aircraft have also crossed the border unescorted and head for Baghdad. It's unclear whether their stealth technology will be potent enough to cloak them from the massive fire control radars around the heavily defended city. They are to hit key communications infrastructure in the city, hindering central military commanders' ability to coordinate their air defense sites around the country. One of the main targets is the International Communications Center in central Baghdad, through which 50% of all military comms traffic is routed. These vital strikes are needed to protect the main assault aircraft when they attack in the coming hours. In the end, the stealth bombers circle Baghdad undetected, waiting for H-hour. A few minutes before H-hour, the US Air Force fires the first shots of the war, launching 35 AGM-86 cruise missiles from the Barksdale B-52s at communication sites and power plants. Simultaneously, coalition naval battle groups begin launching Tomahawk cruise missiles at mainly communications targets in Baghdad. Two of the ships launching Tomahawks, the USS Missouri and Wisconsin, are battleships that first saw service in World War II, and will serve their country once more. The Tomahawks will navigate to their targets using an onboard system that identifies and follows known landmarks and terrain contours on the route to the target. Because much of the direct route to Baghdad from the Persian Gulf is flat desert, the cruise missiles must follow a longer easterly route over more hilly, trackable terrain near the Iranian border. The missiles fly at subsonic speed, so while these are the first shots to be fired, the US Army would have the honour of the first shots to explode. The two groups of Apaches arrive near two radar sites 30 seconds early, and come to hover in lines of 4 abreast. As they wait for precisely 2:38 AM, they watch the compound through their infrared cameras. At first, it appears that the Iraqis are oblivious to their presence, but with 10 seconds to go, the compound's lights go out, and figures are observed running around outside. At 2:38 AM, H-hour, Desert Storm begins. The Apaches unleash a furious rain of destruction on the radar installations. Hellfire missiles are first aimed at power generators. Further Hellfires and 70mm rockets are fired on radar dishes, command vehicles, and communications antennas as the attack helicopters move in closer. They expend everything they have on the site. Such is the importance to knock out the radar, the Apache crews then move in closer still and engage
Hello?
whatever is left standing with 30mm cannon. An enormous explosion.
Hello?
Hey, what are you doing?
Streaming.
Oh, is my sister home?
Yeah, why?
I needed to talk to her.
About what?
I'll call her in the morning.
Okay.
I just needed to ask her a favor. That's all I need to ask.
Yeah.
Yeah. She not work tonight?
Nope.
Oh. Was she hard to start to work tonight?
I don't know.
Oh, I was just wondering if she was.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh. Alright, Gabs.
Me and Auntie Deb just got home and we just went.
Oh, you're at Deb's.
Yeah.
Nice.
Then tomorrow we have to go grocery shopping.
Yeah.
More life stuff. We have to do tomorrow. We have to go. It's a busy day tomorrow. For us.
Yeah.
So we have to go to freaking Walmart. I hate Walmart.
Do ya?
Yes, I hate Walmart. Going into Walmart. Walmart's just a pain button.
Yeah.
You're in the aisle, you can't get in the aisles, people block them.
Yeah.
It's annoying.
Yeah, I bet.
And it's like, when I'm trying to grab a cup of waters, I can't even get them because people block the space and I can't even carry the waters into the cart.
Oh, yeah.
And last time I went to get water, I asked this person, I was like, excuse me, and they're like, excuse you, and I was like, I asked them nicely, and they just got really rude to me, and I was like, excuse
Yeah.
me, like, move cart.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, we don't have to move our cart. I was like, I can't get into the aisle for water.
Uh-huh.
So I had to go around I had to grab the cart and go in the other aisle to get in there.
Yeah.
People are rude. Like, they don't care. They don't nice about it.
Yeah.
No, I don't like that when people do that.
No.
No. How was your day?
It was alright.
It was alright.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love you.
Love you too.
And just say goodnight to you guys.
Okay.
Okay. Love you.
Love you too.
Have a good night. Have
You
fun.
too.
Have fun streaming.
I will.
There's a lot of people on your stream.
Yeah.
Get some popular people on there. So, I'll let you go.
Okay, sounds good. I'll see you later.
Bye.
Love you too.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, she called me again, but she must have not known what she was doing.
Explosion ends the attack when an ammunitions dump is hit by cannon fire. During the 4 minutes of destruction, 27 Hellfires, 100 rockets, and 4,000 cannon rounds have been unleashed on the sites. The crews report in total destruction of the 2 sites for no loss. They turn back to the border. The first aircraft of the first strike wave screams overhead. The air war is underway. 3 EF-111 radar jamming aircraft rush towards Baghdad to provide jamming support for the F-117s in case they are detected. With coalition aircraft streaming into Iraq, it's crucial that the stealth bombers knock out comms infrastructure. To maintain stealth, the F-117s are unable to use their radios to report on progress. Commanders at the Coalition Tactical Air Control Center, the TAC, won't know if the crucial task has been successfully completed until the aircraft are near the Saudi border on their return journey. The strike aircraft will be deep inside Iraq by then. But this is the first major war to take place during the new age of communications and international live television. Believing the imminent start of the new conflict after the UN deadline passing, live news channels have sent reporters into Baghdad. At the TAC, they spot that a reporter is live on CNN, reporting hearing aircraft over the city. The news streams almost definitely route through the International Communications Center, a primary target for the F-117s. CNN is put up on the large screens in the TAC. At 0300, the precise moment the first bomb should be falling on target, CNN lose the live feed from their reporter on the ground. A cheer erupts at the TAC. The first F-117 strikes stir the hornet's nest, and 2,000 anti-aircraft guns in Baghdad open fire into the night sky. Stealth can protect the aircraft from radar-guided missiles, but blindly fired anti-aircraft fire in such volume will be equally deadly if a lucky direct hit is scored. They drop 17 paveway guided bombs on 13 targets, radio towers, command bunkers, and a palace just outside the city, incorrectly believed to have been housing Saddam Hussein himself. Shortly after, the first of 116 Navy-launched Tomahawks begin to fall on Baghdad, hitting party headquarters, a Scud ballistic missile factory, another presidential palace, and other targets of importance. A British journalist watches from his Baghdad hotel window as a Tomahawk screams past him at eye level down the street and hits the Ministry of Defense building at the end of it. Some Tomahawks carry special warheads which contain long strips of carbon filament. These missiles fly over power transformers and switching stations and release these strips into them, causing the electrical components to spark, short out, and burst into flames. 5 electrical facilities are hit. The B-52 launched cruise missiles fall on further communication sites and power generation facilities, including the Al Musayib Thanal power plant. After a grueling flight across the Atlantic and Mediterranean to get here, the B-52s will now fly back to Louisiana without landing. The 14,000-mile mission takes 35 hours, requiring 57 tanker sorties, a demonstration of American global reach. With Iraqi command and control seriously degraded, the 668-strong first wave of strike aircraft with fighter escorts begin hitting military targets across Iraq: SAM sites, Scud missile sites, command and control bunkers, and airfields. RAF Tornado and US Navy F-14 interceptor aircraft patrol the Iraqi border and orbit Iraqi Air Force bases waiting for the enemy fighters to come out to fight. One formation, a strike package of F-15E Strike Eagles, escorted by F-15C fighters and an EF-111 radar jamming aircraft, hit Scud missile launch sites in the Western Desert, attempting to prevent Scud launches against nearby Israel. With the alarm now raised, the Iraqi Air Force is in the air defending their nation, setting up combat air patrols near key installations. With the strikes against the launchers underway, an F-15 detects a single Iraqi Mirage fighter nearby and destroys it with a Sparrow missile. Another Mirage moves in close behind the low-flying EF-111 and fires a missile. The 111 makes a violent turn and evades. At this point, an F-15 above spots the hostile aircraft and dives in to engage. Spotting the attacking Eagle, the Mirage itself makes a violent maneuver to evade the American fighter, but in doing so crashes into the ground. The unarmed EF-111 pilot is credited with a maneuvering kill. Another F-15C Eagle has just crossed the border into Iraq, and the pilot detects a distant, unidentified contact on his radar. Rules of engagement require the pilot to ask one of the E-3 command and control aircraft for permission to fire. The contact begins to maneuver aggressively, and the E-3 grants permission to fire. The long-range Sparrow missile flies into the distance, and the pilot sees the fireball as it detonates. The enemy aircraft downed is a modern and dangerous MiG-29 Fulcrum, piloted by a veteran of the Iran-Iraq War with 3 kills on his record. A flight of F-4G Wild Weasel aircraft are some of the many aircraft on their way to Baghdad to attack radar sites and SAM sites. Because of the volume of coalition assets in the area, the escorting F-15s are constantly investigating potentially hostile contacts that turn out to be friendly. After a few false alarms, Captain Steve Tate finally finds an enemy Mirage. He engages with a Sparrow missile, and the fireball confirms the kill. Multiple flights of aircraft are inbound to Baghdad to attack SAM and radar sites. Given the heavy air defences around the city, this could be a treacherous task. The US Navy aircraft make their first major play of the night. A-6 intruders to the west launch decoy glider drones towards the city, intended to trick the defending SAM sites into switching on their radars. It works, and many surface-to-air missiles are launched against them. The Iraqis believe they've scored multiple kills. What they don't see are the US Navy FA-18 Hornets armed with high-speed anti-radar missiles, HARMs, coming in behind. The HARMs lock onto the radar signals coming from the SAM sites on the ground as they engage the drones. A further 37 BQM-74 jet-powered drones approach from the south and orbit the city. Some are shot down by MiGs, but the rest are tracked and engaged by the SAM sites on the ground. The F-4s and FA-18s move in and launch 75 HARMs, destroying approximately 35 installations. The idea of offering bait drone aircraft to the air defences for the Wild Weasels to engage is that of Brigadier General Larry Pooh-Bah Henry. The engagement during Desert Storm becomes known as Pooh-Bah's Party. Another flight of 4 FA-18s are approaching the large airbase H-3 in western Iraq with an E-2 Hawkeye carrier-launched early warning aircraft above.
I am a primary care physician. I'm frustrated, and it is just not what I signed up for. I'm tired of our sick care model. I'm not choosing not to participate. I got in this to help people get well, not harm them, protect them, lead them, teach them. That's not what I'm seeing in the healthcare system. I'm choosing to take a different approach as a doctor for the sake of people that are relying on us to teach them how to be healthy.
Above. A pair of MiG-29s move to engage the Hornets, but F-15s dive in and easily add 2 more kills to their impressive and growing tally. With 30 miles to go, the E-2 calls out 2 elderly MiG-21s aggressively attacking head-on. The Hornets are impressive multi-role aircraft. Lieutenant Commander Fox switches from ground attack to air-to-air mode with the flick of a switch. He locks onto one MiG, while his wingman locks onto the other. Fox fires a Sidewinder missile, and his wingman fires a Sparrow. Both hit. Both pilots calmly switch their aircraft back to ground attack mode, and almost without breaking step complete their bombing raid on the airfield. A powerful demonstration of the efficiency of multi-role aircraft in modern warfare. Further B-52s and F-111s drop conventional bombs on the elite Iraqi Army Corps, the Republican Guard, to soften them up and as a show of the military power that they're up against. It's claimed that fear of the B-52's conventional bombing capability caused mass Iraqi surrenders later on in the war. A B-52 is hit by a US missile in a friendly fire incident and crashes on the way home. The air assault is going nearly perfectly at this point, but the TAC planners know that statistically their luck must change. And it does. A squadron of FA-18s from the USS Saratoga, known as the Sunliners, are on their way to take part in Pooh-Bah's Party, when the leader detects a MiG-25 interceptor in front of them. He requests permission from the AWACS to engage, but the AWACS radar can't find the bandit, and so permission is denied. There are hundreds of coalition aircraft in the air, so rules of engagement are tight to reduce friendly fire. The MiG slips away, but later shoots down another Hornet in the squadron, killing Lieutenant Commander Michael Speicher. Dawn breaks in the desert, and further waves move in. The British Tornadoes have perhaps the most dangerous job of the first 24 hours. 12 aircraft scream over the desert at just 200 feet towards Talil Air Base. The RAF's 2-seater Tornado GR-1 is a specialist in runway busting. In the first day of a hypothetical hot war with the Soviet Union, Tornadoes would maraud over the border into Eastern Europe to neutralize enemy airfields. Today they carry their specialist weapon, the JP-233, a system that drops a combination of 30 runway cratering bomblets on the runway, and 215 anti-personnel mines to hinder the repair process after. Anti-aircraft fire is much heavier than expected, as they line up on the 2 parallel runways at 180 feet. Pushing through the barrage, each aircraft releases its 2 JP-233 dispensers. The runways are shredded, and the anti-personnel mines are scattered across both runways and across the airfield, waiting to punish any repair workers who attempt to make the runways operational again. All aircraft make it out, but the crew report that the flak was heavier than forecast, and that they were in fact very lucky to make it back undamaged. A short time later, in the southeast of Iraq, another wing of 4 Tornadoes approach our Ramallah airbase at low level, each this time with 8 conventional 1,000-pound bombs. Just before the target, the aircraft will pull up into a climb and release their bombs, thereby throwing the bombs in an arc at the target. The downward momentum when they hit allows the bombs to penetrate into the ground before exploding, maximising damage. Because the bombs are released at range, a target computer calculates the precise release moments during the climb. Flight Lieutenants John Peters, the pilot, and John Nichol, the navigator, begin their attack run. Ferocious flak opens up on them, and their aircraft is physically buffeted by the nearby explosions. They begin their climb. There's a problem. They have some kind of fault in their targeting computer, and it's not releasing their bombs. They continue to climb as they try to quickly rectify the problem. They're now almost twice the height they should be, and very vulnerable. Peters aborts and rolls the aircraft nearly upside down to bank and dive away. Descending and accelerating, they make for safety, but just after they level out, they're hit by a shoulder-launched SAM. Both men eject, but are captured by the Iraqis, suffering severe maltreatment. The airstrikes continue without rest throughout the day, against military and communications installations across the country. By day, A-10 Warthogs hit radar sites along the Iraqi border, similar to those that the Apaches had hit during the night. U-2 spy planes overfly Iraq to search for mobile Scud launchers. Special operations helicopters loiter near Baghdad to pick up downed aircrew. Further coalition aircraft join the strikes from bases in Turkey. 12 French Jaguars attack the Scud missile facility at the Ahmed Al Jaber Air Base in Kuwait, and 4 take heavy damage from flak. The coalition takes some further losses throughout the day, mostly from anti-aircraft fire on low-level missions. In the evening, 4 elderly A-6 intruders are the latest to approach Airbase H-3 with laser-guided bombs. They split into 2 pairs and attack from different directions at low level. One aircraft is hit by a SAM, the crew eject and are later captured. Another aircraft is hit, but makes it to Saudi Arabia. Over the first 24 hours of the air war, 2,775 sorties are conducted against strategic Iraqi targets. The Iraqi Air Force flies just 120 sorties, losing 8 aircraft. Some of the Iraqi jets flee to their recent enemy, Iran. 19 coalition aircraft are lost or damaged in day 1. Saddam Hussein declares that the mother of all battles has begun. The air assault continues for 5 weeks, pounding the Iraqi military at a rate of 2,500 bombing sorties per day. Largely, the Iraqi Air Force, the 4th largest air force in the world, doesn't come out in full force to fight, and therefore the dangerous low-level attacks on airfields are reduced in favour of hitting mobile Scud launchers. 39 coalition aircraft are lost in combat during the air campaign, with another 36 lost in accidents. Gradually, attacks are shifted towards degrading the Iraqi military itself. The ground invasion of Iraq to liberate Kuwait will begin on the 24th of February.
Have you ever felt like there has to be a better way to boost your energy without tons of extra calories, weird chemicals, toxic flavorings and colors, and bad side effects like late afternoon crashes and jitters? Well, now there is. Miracle Morning is all about getting up and going with the cleanest sources of energy available. Feel better all day long, get more done, be more productive, and improve your mood using all natural ingredients backed by clinical research. With Miracle Morning, you get all natural caffeine from 2 potent sources. Our caffeine is organically sourced from both pure caffeine and guarana extracts, so you will enjoy a clean rush of energy. No shakiness like you'd get from low-quality caffeine.
Late on the 23rd of February 1991, 10 Special Forces reconnaissance teams of the US 3rd and 5th Special Forces groups crossed the border into Iraq by helicopter. They are to join Green Beret, Delta Force, and British SAS operatives already in Iraq. In just a few hours' time, the ground invasion to liberate Kuwait will begin, and these invisible eyes in the desert will report on Iraqi division movements. Operation Desert Storm has been ongoing for 5 weeks. A 35-nation-strong coalition formed as a response to the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait has been engaged in a massive bombing campaign against Saddam Hussein's Iraq. With an average of 2,500 bombing sorties per day, the command and control structures and logistics lines to Saddam's army in the east have been severely degraded. More recently, the bombing has shifted towards Iraqi troops themselves, aiming to soften them up and weaken their resolve to fight such a superior enemy. Coalition Navy ships have also blasted Iraqi positions near the Kuwaiti coast with naval gunfire. President George H.W. Bush issues a final ultimatum to Saddam Hussein: leave Kuwait by 8 p.m. on the 23rd of February, or face a ground invasion. Like the ultimatum preceding the air campaign, this is no bluff, and G-Day, the beginning of the ground invasion, is scheduled to begin at 4 a.m. on the 24th. General Norman Schwarzkopf, Commander-in-Chief of Coalition Forces, arrives at Central Command in Riyadh. Coalition forces are split into 5 corps along the front line. On the west flank, 18 Airborne Corps, made up of 4 divisions. The French Daguet, a light armoured division of tanks, recon and armoured infantry, including 2 regiments of the prestigious and recently battle-experienced French Foreign Legion. The infamous US 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions. The 82nd will support the French Daguet as motorised infantry. The 16,000 paratroopers of the 101st will ride into battle with 350 helicopters. The 24th Infantry Division and 3rd Armoured Cavalry Regiment, bringing a combined 333 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles and 333 Abrams main battle tanks. The 2 formations bring an armoured capability to 18 corps. 7 corps, in the centre, are the heavy armoured fists of the coalition. The US 1st and 3rd Armoured Divisions and the British 1st Armoured Division are the centrepiece of the battering ram, using Abrams and Challenger tanks. Supplementing the 3 armoured divisions are the US 1st Cavalry and 1st Infantry Divisions, and the 2nd Armoured Cavalry Regiment, with further Abrams and Bradleys, helicopter, engineering and artillery support. 1st Infantry, known as the Big Red One, were the first wave to attack Omaha Beach on D-Day in 1944. 7 Corps will roll across the border with 1,487 main battle tanks, 1,384 infantry fighting vehicles, 242 attack helicopters, and 146,000 troops. East of 7 Corps, on the border with Kuwait, is Joint Forces Command North, made up of divisions of Egyptian, Saudi, Kuwaiti, and Syrian armour. Marine Central Command comprises the US 1st and 2nd Marine Divisions, armed with the older M60 tanks, and a brigade from the 2nd Armoured Division. The East Flank is another joint command of mechanised Arab forces from Saudi Arabia, Oman, the UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, Morocco, and Senegal. With the Iraqi Air Force neutralised, overwhelming air power can be brought to bear with many hundreds of coalition strike and close air support aircraft, ready to react at a moment's notice. Coalition ground forces number nearly 700,000. The Iraqi military can't boast such firepower. Of the approximately 350,000 Iraqi troops in the region, it is estimated that 140,000 have already deserted, with another 26,000 killed in the ferocious and unhindered bombing leading up to G-Day. The 700,000 coalition troops, with modern tanks and air power, will face roughly 180,000 Iraqis, armed with tanks that mostly date from pre-1980, and with no air power. Even the most modern T-72 tanks have an effective range of just over half that of the Abrams and Challenger tanks they'll be matched against. Saddam has positioned his weakest divisions on the border. His elite Republican Guard divisions are positioned further north, with the Tawakalna division the nearest on the Iraq-Kuwait border. If they're to liberate Kuwait, coalition armour will have to face the Republican Guard in the desert. The coalition war plan is as follows. At 4 AM on the 24th of February, G-Day, the left and right flanks will advance into enemy territory. On the right flank, Marine Central Command and Joint Forces Command East will carefully carve entry paths through the dense minefields on the Kuwaiti border and engage the enemy beyond. On the left, the Mobile 18 Corps will blitz north. The 101st Airborne will perform a massive helicopter assault to capture an area 155 miles behind enemy lines, named Objective Cobra, hold it, and build a forward operating base, potentially under fire. Meanwhile, the rest of 18 Corps will advance north by land. The French and 82nd Airborne will capture Objective Rochambeau, another supply route near As Salman, and then As Salman Crossroads and Airfield, so that ground supply trucks can reach the 101st further north. On G+1, the Armoured Fist of 7 Corps will advance across the Saddam Line and move north. On G+2, on reaching Al-Basaya, 7 Corps will wheel right into Kuwait, where they'll face the Republican Guard en masse. The Arab forces on the right flank will have the honour of liberating Kuwait City. At 5:30 AM on the 24th of February, the US Marines on the right flank advance across the border. They're immediately met with Iraqi artillery fire. Because they don't have any forward observers or helicopter support, the shells are being fired wildly at the American line, and no hits are scored. To cover their advance, Marine artillery returns fire with 140 artillery pieces and 9 multiple launch rocket artillery systems. Pairs of Marine jets bomb the enemy positions every 7.5 minutes. A deadly display of superior firepower pounds the Iraqi positions, and they very soon crumble for no US loss. In just 30 minutes, the Marines cover the 12 miles to the edge of the first minefield in Kuwait. 500 engineers will clear 6 individual tank-width lanes across the minefield. 3 M60 tanks fitted with specialist mine-clearing equipment known as combat engineer vehicles and a Mark 154 mine clearance launcher move to the head of each prospective lane. The Mark 154 launches 3 cables laced with explosive 35 yards into the minefield. The explosive cables are then detonated, thereby detonating any mines beneath to carve a line through the field. After each detonation, the 3 combat engineer vehicles use ploughs and rakes to clear and smooth the route. Within 45 minutes, the first lane will open. Expecting an Iraqi counterattack within hours, none materialises, and Marines and tanks start to stream through the lanes as they open. Meanwhile, on the left flank, 18 Corps have no minefield to contend with, and advance into Iraq. The French Daguet are the first to cross, with a brigade from 82nd Airborne. They encounter only sporadic enemy artillery fire from scattered elements of the Iraqi 45th Infantry Division, who are dispersed thinly over a wide area to defend the western flank. Coalition artillery returns fire. The American paratroopers transmit a message to their French colleagues. Side by side, French and American soldiers will write a page in history. They roll north slowly and carefully to minimise casualties. To their east, the first wave of 106 helicopters of the 101st Airborne, known as the Screaming Eagles, sweep over the border just 10 feet from the ground. They follow a trail of radio beacons dropped by a pair of Apaches and Blackhawks during the night. The 2 Apaches wait for them at the objective area and engage Iraqi anti-air forces nearby.
Come here, I want to show you something. These are Nuvia's 24-hour permanent teeth.
Our patients come in with missing or damaged teeth. And in 24 hours, they leave with this. And it completely transforms their lives.
This is an intense game of Risk. What the fuck?
Lieutenant Colonel Richard Cody is commanding
I've
the
never
pair,
had one
the same pilot who commanded the flight of Apaches that attacked the radar site on day 1 of the air war. He was also one of the first to cross the border during the ground invasion. Before cautiously moving forward, the area in front of the French advance is blasted by artillery and airstrikes. Kiowas and French Gazelles attack enemy vehicles ahead of the front line and also guide in A-10 strikes. This Vietnam-like tactic is repeated with each advance, and so progress is not the blitz-like speed that Schwarzkopf was hoping for. A nasty sandstorm and rain slows progress further. Almost immediately after engagement, encountered Iraqi forces begin to surrender. These are Saddam's weakest divisions. They're malnourished and not interested in fighting. Processing 2,000 surrendered troops slows progress even further. The French and American force continues to crawl forward. The first of the Screaming Eagles disembark from their helicopters a mile south of Objective Cobra at 8 AM. They roll 105mm howitzers out the back of the Chinooks and immediately start lobbing artillery shells at the defenders. F-16s and A-10s arrive overhead to help the Apaches hammer enemy bunkers, tanks and vehicles. Under relentless aerial bombardment, 300 Iraqis surrender just 1 hour after the first boots landed. Wave after wave of helicopters stream into Objective Cobra over the next few hours, bringing more troops, artillery, Humvees armed with wire-guided anti-tank weapons, enormous underslung rubber sacks containing a total of 1 million gallons of fuel, food, water and ammunition. The Humvees set up a defensive perimeter while the base is constructed. To the south, the French and 82nd arrive at the area of land known as Objective Rochambeau, at midday having met almost no opposition but sporadic artillery and mortar fire en route. French helicopters move in from the west and destroy 12 bunkers, 1 tank, 5 armoured personnel carriers and 8 trucks. Another pounding by artillery precedes the armoured assault on the objective, provoking another mass surrender by the defending Iraqi troops without engagement. The time is 2:30 PM, and the French and Americans have moved into Iraq and taken their first objective, overwhelming all opposition immediately, accepting 3,500 surrenders and losing only 2 soldiers. Schwarzkopf is unhappy that this walkover wasn't performed fast enough, and demands that the advance on As Salman is sped up. It's a similar situation on the right flank. M60 tanks and Marines are now through the first and second layer of minefields. Artillery continues to batter enemy positions, including aircraft-directed counterfire against enemy artillery pieces. A captured Iraqi colonel describes the dispositions of his remaining forces. The minefield itself claims 9 tanks, but no Marines killed. On the left flank, a convoy of Marine vehicles is attacked from behind by M60 tanks in a friendly fire incident. With 55 rounds fired, 2 trucks and an assault vehicle are destroyed, killing 1 Marine. A strange case of luck that the tank gunnery was so poor in this case. To the east of the Marines, the Arab forces of Joint Forces Command East are also through both minefields, and have also met little opposition and mass surrenders. The Iraqi forces in this area are of similarly poor quality to those facing 18 Corps, made up mostly of enforced conscripts who don't want to be there, especially given that they've been thrown into such a hopeless situation against such a superior enemy. The ease and speed of the Marines' advance presents a problem for Schwarzkopf. Even before midday on G-Day, he estimates that his right flank is 8 hours ahead of schedule. The Egyptians of Joint Forces Command North on the Marines' left, and the armour of 7 Corps further west, are not scheduled to cross the border until the next day, G+1. However, the speed and depth of the Marines' advance has left their left flank vulnerable to attack, or worse envelopment, by Iraqi armoured divisions just west of them. Schwarzkopf makes the bold decision to move the central assault forward to today at 3 PM, just 2 hours away and 15 hours ahead of schedule. British 1st Armoured Division rushes to join the rest of 7 Corps on the front line from their staging area 60 miles behind the line. The last-minute time change carries logistical risks, but the enemy is weaker than anticipated, and the advantage needs pressing. Scout helicopters begin to move into enemy territory to spot Iraqi units. Across the front line from 7 Corps, 2 brigades of the Iraqi 26th Infantry Division have set up defensive positions in the shape of a triangle, looking down a slope towards the line, with mortars and towed artillery to the rear. Similarly entrenched, the 31st, 46th and 48th Infantry Divisions lie in wait northeast of them. They occupy a system of defensive fortifications, trenches, bunkers, minefields and barbed wire, known as the Saddam Line. At 2:30 PM, 30 minutes before the breach is to begin, the most ferocious artillery barrage in recent history is unleashed against Iraqi positions. 13 artillery battalions fire 11,000 rounds. Multiple launch rocket systems also open fire, launching rockets that travel to and dispense 650 bomblets over the target area. 10 batteries devastate the Iraqi lines with 650,000 bomblets. The bombardment lasts until 3 PM, and 7 Corps crosses the line into enemy territory. The 334 Abrams and 224 Bradleys of the 1st Infantry Division are the first to engage, firing fearsome volleys of rounds into the Iraqi trenches and bunker positions. For the first time, the defenders don't surrender, and return fire with tanks, artillery, anti-tank guns, small arms and RPGs, albeit disorganised and inaccurate. 2nd Armoured Cavalry lead the left flank's advance and meet similar resistance deeper in Iraq. Under fire, combat engineers hastily clear lanes across the thin minefield, and vehicles of the 1st Infantry move across. On reaching the Iraqi trenches, the Bradley infantry fighting vehicles don't dismount their infantry to clear them. Instead, armoured bulldozers turn left and right and move up the edge of the trenches, using ploughs to push the piled up sand and dirt back into the trenches, filling them in. This tactic is controversial, because 150 Iraqis who don't surrender are buried alive. By sunset, the 1st Infantry have broken through the Saddam Line in multiple places, capturing 550 troops for only 2 casualties. With safe lanes marked through the line, the armoured divisions begin to move up to the front, ready to begin their mighty punch into Iraq and Kuwait. While Schwarzkopf is happy with the almost unbelievable lack of casualties sustained on day 1, he is unhappy with the slow speed with which the French have advanced in the west, and Seven Corps in the centre. The rain and sandstorms have certainly slowed progress, but the common theme across the whole front is that the weak and unmotivated conscript divisions on the front line are surrendering in such high numbers that it is taking time to process them. But the invasion as a whole is still hours ahead of schedule, and most importantly, many of the coalition's armour divisions will be across or crossing the minefields and the Saddam line during the morning of day 2. The ground war of Desert Storm has got off to a near-perfect start, but in day 2, the coalition will face motivated and armoured Iraqi opposition, including the respected Republican Guard.
Mobile games are going big. Clash of Clans is now available on PC with Google Play Games. Experience more ways to play and sync your in-game progress between your PC and mobile devices. Immerse yourself in the world of Clash of Clans with a larger PC screen and mouse controls. First-time players on PC will also receive $7 off your first in-game purchase. Get started by downloading Google Play Games today.
.72 F-16s take off from Qatar and the UAE and head towards the tankers waiting for them over northern Saudi Arabia. They're going to hit the Al Tuwaitha nuclear power plant and research facility in Baghdad, in what will be the largest single airstrike package of the war so far and the largest F-16 strike in history. Linking up with their escort of F-15 fighters, EF-111 electronic warfare aircraft and anti-radar F-4s, the aircraft struggle to refuel from their tankers in the low visibility of dense cloud and strong wind. The facility is the centerpiece of Saddam Hussein's nuclear research program. In previous years, both Iran and Israel have launched strikes against it, but neither was able to deliver the knockout blow. In fact, they resulted in a massive increase in anti-aircraft defences in the surrounding area, SAMs, AA guns, and smoke generators. It's the third day of the air war of Desert Storm, and so far war planners have only launched strikes against targets in Baghdad using stealthy F-117s or unmanned cruise missiles, fearing the ferocious defences around the city. Today is an experiment to see how potent these defences really are. Heading north to Baghdad after taking on fuel, the formation becomes stretched. The last 4 F-16s are ordered back to base because they're now so far behind. Iraq's radar network has not yet been taken out, and so military commanders know that the raid is coming. They order that the smokescreen systems at the nuclear facility are triggered. Package Q approaches the city. 2/3 of the formation bank away to hit the primary target at Al Tuwaitha. The others will continue north towards the downtown area to hit the Republican Guard headquarters, Iraqi Air Force headquarters, and an oil refinery. Arriving at the nuclear facility, the pilots discover a thick blanket of smoke over the target. The EF-111s desperately try to radar jam Iraqi SAM sites, but there are just too many. In 3 minutes, 27 surface-to-air missiles are launched against the raiders, and a wall of anti-aircraft cannon fire erupts around them. Most pilots can't see their aim points through the smoke, and so abort their attacks to limit civilian casualties. F-16 pilots who do press on to drop their bombs throw their aircraft around and drop flares to evade heat-seeker missile shots against them. All aircraft light their afterburners to get away as quickly as possible. No bomb hits are scored. While pilot skill played its part, it is a miracle that no aircraft are lost. The F-16s over downtown Baghdad aren't so lucky. Major Emmett Tullia, callsign Stroke 3, dips below the clouds to spot the oil refinery he is to attack. Suddenly, a cockpit warning alerts him that he's being fired on by a Vietnam-era SA-2 missile. Stroke 3, defending SA-2, he announces over the radio, and pulls into a series of high G turns to evade. Noting that his chaff is not appearing to confuse the missile, he pulls a last-second hard brake, and the SA-2 flies safely past, detonating at a safe distance. Remaining calm, but now alone, Tullia continues his run on the oil refinery, hearing chatter from other pilots dodging further SAMs. His targeting computer automatically computes the correct release points of his bombs, and his 2 2,000-pound bombs fall away. He turns south to get away from Baghdad. 3 new warning tones streak at Tullia, and he immediately hears a command over the radio, Stroke 3, brake right, brake right. He instinctively obeys just as 3 SA-3s flash by dangerously close on his left side and explode. Tullia's wingman, Major Jeff Tice, has just saved his life. Other pilots radio frantic requests for his status, and after a few seconds he announces, Stroke 3 egressing southeast. Stress is audible in his voice now. He heads southeast for just a few seconds when a warning sounds for an incoming SA-6. Stroke 3 defending 6, he screams over his radio. He is now panting with the physical strain of the continuous high G turns. The SA-6 sticks to him through the turns, and Tullia believes he's about to be hit. He lets out a groan as the missile screams past him, so close that he hears the rocket motor. There's another one, Stroke 3 defending again, he shouts. He's lost so much speed and altitude during the manoeuvres that his only chance is now to dive for escape speed. This takes him within range of the AA guns on the ground. Exhausted after 6 minutes of physical and mental stress, Tullia finally catches a break. the latest SAM loses lock on his aircraft and drifts away. No more warnings light up, and Major Tullia climbs and heads home. Major Tice, who had saved his life with the last-second call to brake right earlier, and another F-16, have not been so lucky. Tice has taken an SA-3 hit on his way out, and Captain Roberts' aircraft crashes on the way home with shrapnel damage. Both eject and become prisoners of war. Another aircraft nearly runs out of fuel from all the defensive maneuvers. An unescorted KC-135 tanker crew dart north into Iraq to bring it home. When Tullia lands in Doha, his ground crew find absolutely no physical damage to his aircraft. Tullia is shocked to discover that his chaff and flare dispensers had malfunctioned, and that he has just evaded 6 surface-to-air missiles using maneuver alone. The raid is a failure. While the oil refinery is put out of action, no significant damage has been dealt to Saddam's nuclear facility. It's lucky that only 2 F-16s have been shot down. The experiment has failed, and from now on only F-117s and Tomahawks will go to Baghdad.
Stroke 3 egressing southeast. Stroke 3 go southeast now. Bogey, alright, 209, 069. Okay, Sam watch, stroke 8, close, 5, low. Switch, negative contact on your... Break right! Break right! Left, stroke 3, coming in. 120, 7. Negative contact. Second one, break. That's good. Okay. Stroke 3, defending, goes.
Dr. Drew and my wife Susan here, we want to show you something. You've probably seen this guy all over your feed claiming that cutting carbs isn't necessary for weight loss.
One of the biggest fitness myths is when people say carbs make you fat. Carbs don't make you fat. I'm a big donut guy.
No need for long hours on the treadmill either.
If you think that I spend 3 hours in the gym every single day and all I do is regular steady state cardio all the time, you're wrong.
Now I know it sounds too good to be true, but let me tell you, there's more to this than meets the eye.
The science of weight loss was cracked a long
This video is sponsored by Conflict of Nations, a free online player versus player strategy game where you can lead your nation in a modern-day global conflict. Set in the present day, research and make best use of over 100 cutting-edge weapons and vehicles to fight with up to 64 real players at a time in exciting real-time combat. Declare war on your neighbours or forge alliances as strong as the coalition of Desert Storm. Conquer provinces, take capitals, and fight for world domination in hard-fought campaigns that can last weeks. Conflict of Nations is cross-platform, so you can compete with your friends on both PC and mobile on the same account to find out who is the ultimate general. The Operations Room fans who sign up by clicking the unique link below will receive 13,000 gold and a month of premium subscription completely free. Don't miss out, as the offer is only available for 30 days, so click the link in the description below, choose your country, and start fighting your way to victory. General Norman Schwarzkopf returns to the war room in Riyadh at 4 AM on Monday the 25th of February 1991, G+1, after a few hours sleep. He observes the large war map, showing the live dispositions of his forces. Nearly all Iraqi divisions on the front line, mostly made up of conscripts, have been annihilated. The 240 Abrams tanks of the 24th Infantry Division of 18 Corps have marauded across the border and aggressively penetrated 80 miles into Iraq. After slow progress securing objective Rochambeau on day 1, the French Daguet is preparing to launch its assault on their objective at As-Salman Crossroads and Airfield. After their daring helicopter assault behind enemy lines on day 1, the legendary and respected 101st Airborne have progressed the construction of their forward operating base at Objective Cobra, and prepare to launch a new advance to take and cut off Highway 8 in the Euphrates Valley. Highway 8 is not only Saddam Hussein's main supply line to his forces in Kuwait, but also controlling the road will allow the 101st to destroy any Iraqi military vehicles in retreat. The US Marines and Arab forces in the east continue their excellent progress towards Kuwait City. Marine helicopters perform mock attack runs towards the coastline at Faylaka Island. This is a feint, and gives a portion of Iraqi troops the false impression that an amphibious assault could be incoming, keeping some of their attention focused in the wrong direction. As well as the liberation of Kuwait, the other coalition war goal is to destroy the Iraqi Republican Guard, neutralizing it as a potent force for years to come. For this reason, the heavy armoured divisions of 7 Corps need to be making fast progress north to cut off any divisions that try to escape Kuwait. The difference in progress between the left and right flanks and 7 Corps in the centre is vast. Furious, Schwarzkopf demands to know why they're so slow. In reality, the 24th Infantry Division of 18 Corps has met minimal resistance in their march northwards, whereas 7 Corps had to breach the defences of the Saddam line. The logistical pressure placed on 7 Corps by moving the main assault forward by 15 hours on day 1 has been significant, and so logistical chains can't reasonably be expected to be at full efficiency. Some in Schwarzkopf's circle of staff officers believe that he knows more than he lets on, and is simply exaggerating for effect to light a fire under his generals. The first action of day 2 takes place on the western flank of 7 Corps. The 1st and 3rd Armoured Divisions are manoeuvring across the desert to catch up with the 2nd Armoured Cavalry Regiment already in Iraq. They hope to reach the supply depot at Al-Bashaya later on, before dark. 1st Armoured's Divisional MLRS battery covers the mass of Abrams tanks as they roll forward. The conscripts of the Iraqi 806th Infantry Brigade are the unfortunate souls to be the first unit in their way. The display of firepower brought against them is short but very violent. Like the other conscripts on the front line, their resistance to the tank assault is minimal, and they surrender as soon as possible. The 1st Infantry Division advance beyond the remnants of the Saddam line to clear the area beyond of Iraqi units. Once they're happy that the area is clear, they begin to guide the British 1st Armoured Division through the breach at 10 AM. The plan is to line up the divisions of 7 and 18 Corps in an echelon right formation, stretching from the Kuwaiti border to Highway 8, and then wheel the two corps in a right turn to hit the Republican Guard armoured divisions en masse. The two groups of the French Nagay are continuing their cautious advance north. Group East advance up the main road towards As Salman. Group West approach an area of land west of As Salman airfield. At 9:30 am, French Gazelles of the 3rd RHC attack a few scattered Iraqi armoured vehicles with anti-tank missiles and fire short bursts of 20mm cannon fire near trenches. Again, the defending Iraqis have no desire to fight, and this is enough for them to surrender. The Gazelles continue to hammer bunkers. A short artillery burst covers the French tanks moving unopposed into the objective. An Iraqi with his arms aloft holds out a surrender leaflet dropped on his troops days earlier, furious that his comrades had to endure an hour of artillery and helicopter attack before being given the opportunity to surrender. Group East encounters a company of Iraqi T-55 tanks. 2 Gazelles and an A-10 batter the column, destroying half of the 15 vehicles, and French tanks roll forward to finish them off. Given the hopelessness of their situation, nearby Iraqi infantry show courage standing up to the French tanks, firing RPGs at close range. However, they are eventually overcome by machine gun fire from the tanks. Group East continue moving north. Simultaneously in Kuwait, the Arab forces of Joint Forces Command East are moving up the coastal road.
Damn!
They're about 12 miles southeast of the northernmost US Marine elements. The commander of Task Force Papa Bear of the 1st Marine Division believes that a series of overground pipelines and sabotage burning oil wells to their east are enough to deter an enemy attack to their flank.
Alright.
They're wrong.
I'm just gonna
Thick morning fog covers the advance of a recon unit of T-55s against Papa Bear's command post. Nobody spots them break through the fog, and the Iraqi tanks open fire into the command post tent. Miraculously, nobody inside is hit. Chaos erupts as Marines return fire with anti-tank weapons and small arms fire. Had the Iraqis taken advantage of the chaos and continued to press their attack, they could very realistically have overrun the command post. An American corporal bravely charges at the tanks on foot and destroys a T-55 with a shoulder-launched AT-4. As the fog begins to lift, it's clear that a significant counterattack is in motion.
Damn it. I'm done.
Eight miles north, Iraqi artillery zeroes in on the 1st Marine Division forward command post, likely using radio direction finding equipment to lock onto and home in on the command post radio antennae farm. This post is currently hosting the 1st Marine Division commander, Major General Mayat. Iraqi BMP armoured personnel carriers open fire through the mist from a tree line to the east. Infantrymen disembark and small arms fire and anti-tank missiles streak into the Marine encampment. The Iraqi force is brigade strength and is now just a few hundred metres away. 7 Marine LAV armoured personnel carriers and 40 infantrymen respond, forming a line and returning fire with small arms and anti-tank missiles, and the LAV's 25mm cannon. Realising the seriousness of their situation, the Marines request all available nearby Cobra attack helicopters to beat back the enemy line. The Iraqi troops are too close for Marine artillery support.
What was that?
The first of the responding Cobras scream in and hammer the enemy line with cannon and rocket fire. Seeing the Cobras, Captain Stephen Ray, commanding the LAV platoon, orders an aggressive counterattack against the larger Iraqi force. They roll forward, stopping only to reload their 25mm cannon with fresh belts of 600 rounds. Iraqi gunnery is terrible, and they score no hits on the marauding LAVs. More Cobras arrive to join the Marines lighting up the tree line. The aggressive move forces the enemy to retreat through the woods. Ray continues the pursuit for a kilometre. Satisfied that the majority of the brigade's vehicles have been destroyed, he shows mercy and allows the last of the disarmed fleeing Iraqis to escape. With 38 vehicles destroyed and 300 Iraqi prisoners of war, Captain Ray is awarded the Navy Cross, second only to the Medal of Honor for heroism. Task Force Papa Bear have M60 tanks immediately available to hit back against the attacking Iraqi forces, and with the fog lifted, a large tank battle is in progress. Marine jets and Cobras have been scrambled and pound the enemy vehicles, with M60s and LAVs hammering the inferior Iraqi tanks. Particularly fearsome is a flight of 4 Cobras led by Captain Randy Hammond. They form a wide line abreast and fly northeast at 20 knots. Each helicopter begins the assault with 4 TOW missiles, 14 rockets, 4 Hellfire missiles, and 700 20mm cannon rounds. They expend their entire munitions load in just 10 minutes. Over the next couple of hours, the Marines wipe out 2 enemy brigades, including nearly 100 armoured vehicles. The US 1st and 3rd Armoured Divisions are making their way north towards Al-Bashaya, sweeping over all resistance. The British 1st Armoured Division is continuing its transition through the safe lanes of the Saddam Line. The 1st Cavalry Division advances into Iraq, skirmishing with Iraqi armour on the right flank. At just after midday, 60 Chinooks of the 101st Airborne from the forward operating base at Objective Cobra arrive at an area of land 27 miles southwest of Highway 8. They don't have the range to reach Highway 8, so each drop 2 Humvees with TOW anti-tank launchers. These vehicles immediately depart northeast towards a rendezvous area near the highway. In 4 hours' time, Blackhawks will deliver the main infantry assault force directly to the rendezvous point, where the plan is for the combined force to take the highway together. However, heavy wind and rain has turned the Humvee's route into a muddy bog, and progress is nearly impossible. The French assault on the airfield at As Salman is ready to proceed at 2:30 PM. First, a squadron of A-10s roll in to drop bombs on the hangars and bunkers. Following them, Gazelles move in to attack vehicles and bunkers with anti-tank weapons. 900 artillery and mortar shells are lobbed into the airfield as the 3 ground assault teams breach the perimeter. Team 1 clears the hangars on the west side of the airfield, Team 2 clear the hangars on the east side, and then the tanks of Team 3 smash through the fence in the centre and clear the buildings on the other side of the runway. Destroying a single tank, the Daguet finds the airfield abandoned and begin to clear the area of anti-personnel cluster bomblets dropped on the runway during the air campaign. At 4:10 PM, the Black Hawks of the 101st drop their infantry into the muddy bog a mile south of Highway 8. The mud is almost knee-deep and oozes into the infantryman's boots. Every man displays a gutsy determination, trudging through the mile of thick mud towards the highway, carrying 120-pound packs. The artillery and Humvees dropped by the Chinooks earlier are delayed. The going is so hard that the second lift of infantrymen is cancelled until the following day. It takes several hours to make the grueling march, after which the 101st set up roadblocks in 2 places along Highway 8. Mercifully, they meet little resistance. Their first catch is a convoy of 4 trucks. American machine gun fire rips into the lead vehicle and the convoy halts, the drivers running away into the night.
Alright.
With hopes and dreams of a shipment of Scud missiles.
Creating a coalition. Alright, I'm gonna be back after I smoke a cigar real quick. Alright, I'm back. Creating a coalition. A series of UN Security Council and Arab League resolutions were passed regarding Iraq. Withdrew until January. To ensure the U.S. received economic backing, James Baker went to what the fuck? The fuck was I typing at then? Oh, was it the September campaign? I'm just kidding. I spelled that wrong. I butchered the shit out of it. A coalition. Typing in all those countries, so forgot to put a second G there. Bro, why is the U.S. always the one who has to, like, give the most in any fucking conflict? Where's the percent button? Percent. Pace. I didn't feel like typing all that out, but yeah. So many of the coalition countries were reluctant to commit military forces. Some felt that the war was an internal Arab affair, or did not want to increase influence in the, U.S. influence in the Middle East. Yeah. I understand that. The U.S. and UN gave several public justifications for involvement in the conflict, the most prominent being the Iraqi invasion of Kuwaiti territories. In addition, the U.S. moved to support its ally Saudi Arabia, whose importance in the region and as a key supplier of oil made the considerable geopolitical importance. Shortly after the Iraqi invasion, U.S. Defense Secretary Dick Cheney made the first of several visits to Saudi Arabia, where King requested U.S. military assistance. During a speech in a special joint session, the U.S. troops with 850 tanks poured into Kuwait and moved south to threaten Saudi Arabia. It was then that I decided to act to check that aggression. The Pentagon stated under Saddam Iraq, also known to biological weapons and chemical weapons, which Saddam used against Iranian troops against his own country population. Though the Iraqi military committed human rights abuses during the invasion, the alleged incident received the most publicity. News were fabrications of the public. Huh, that's weird. I did not know that. herself as a nurse working in the Kuwait hospital, which is great. Okay. 1 second. That's crazy. So that was all fake. Makes you wonder about the shit that's going on in Iraq right now. How much of all the stories about the babies and shit are fake.
I guess it makes sense though.
Yeah.
Because if rice flour was that simple,
Then people would just make rice flour all the time. Yeah.
See, these are still wet. Round 3.
Bro, that's pretty stupid. Why would you have made it so it was a member of the Quay royal family? Like, obviously, if people investigate into that, they're gonna figure out who it is and then realize that it was fake. So, I don't know. I feel like they could have just hired someone to do that. That was kind of stupid of them. I guess it still worked, though. People were just acting on emotion instead of, like, looking into it. Alright, I am gonna end the research right there, and then we'll finish all this tomorrow. But I will continue playing. What's it called? Bro, why her face look like that? We'll continue playing a few games of Risk. And watching some videos that I wanted to watch. Actually, I'm gonna go finish smoking a cigarette. I mean a cigar, and then I'll do that.
That grimy film on your teeth,
Dr. G?
it's actually the buildup of plaque bacteria, which can cause cavities.
Most toothpaste quit working in minutes, but Crest Health's antibacterial fluoride protects all day.
They stop cavities before they start.
Crest.
Hey! What if getting insurance is scary? What if the jargon makes me feel alone and in the dark?
At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs.
Great.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
0 to 60 in 4 seconds. 775 pound-feet of torque. One ready for anything all-electric F-150 Lightning.
Oh man, there's so many games going on this one. Usually there's not that many. They're probably all full though because I see usually there's like 3.
Alliance Defending Freedom, we work, we march to give every child.
I've spent a lot of time in my career defending the institution of marriage, and I defend it because it's the bedrock of civilization, so it deserves defending, and I defend it because it's under constant attack, so it needs defending. And one of the most troubling developments in recent years, which we've discussed on the show in the past, is that these attacks are increasingly waged not just from the left, but from certain noisy segments of the right.
It's crazy that marriage is now being attacked by both sides. That's never happened before. The red pill and the liberals got this in common too. Tell you, man, if this ain't feminism reversed, I don't know what is.
As well, some right-wing influencers with legions of young, mostly male fans have decided that men should abandon marriage and family life and go their own way. And these influencers, many of whom consider themselves part of the so-called red pill movement, pretend to despise feminists and yet have essentially arrived at the same conclusion as feminists, which is that we should give up on the family. The two sides hate marriage almost as much as they hate each other.
Oops.
Now, one of these influencers is a woman named Pearl Davis, who has garnered a relatively large following on YouTube and various social media platforms. She's in her mid-20s, single and childless, and yet full of opinions about modern marriage and family life, a subject that she...
I always find it funny when people point out that about her. I think she has the right to her opinions, but I just always find it funny when people point out, like, she has all these opinions about marriage and family, yet she's single and childless.
She has no personal insight into whatsoever. She spent the past few days on the internet complaining about quote-unquote tradcons like myself, who she says promote the nuclear family despite not understanding what it's really like. Yes, we men who actually have wives and children don't know what it's like to be married, but a woman who is not married and has no children does know what it's like. In one of her tweets, she wrote, quote, the tradcons push marriage because they aren't old enough to know better. They don't know the reality of what they're pushing.
The tradcons push marriage because they aren't old enough to know better? Aren't all of us? Everyone here is older than you, Pearl. And everyone... Myself, at least, I mean, I've been married almost 16 years. I don't know how long they've been married, but everyone posted here is at least half a decade older than you and probably have been married a long time. So I'm not tracking how... This
is accompanied by a picture of myself, Ben Shapiro, Michael Knowles. We aren't old enough to know better and don't know the reality of what we're pushing, yet a woman who is younger than us and single does know better and does understand this reality. Another post, she goes on to say that marriage is a terrible deal for men, and she later explains, quote, would you ever sign a contract that fails 75% of the time where your business partner is paid to break the contract? Why would you encourage men to sign that contract until the terms are fixed?
I love the way he meticulously goes through and addresses these numbers. One of the biggest issues with the red pill is their selective use of data and how arbitrary it is. It's like when they feel like using data, then they're going to use it, and then when there's data that's thrown in their face that's clearly in contradiction with some of the nonsense they push, they will say that the data is funded by wokey liberals and it's wrong. So it's very selective in terms of that. And a lot of times the data they use, they don't really even double check themselves to look at what studies. It's just like the same parroted talking points oftentimes. But there is some data they use that I would agree with. But a lot of it, when it comes to this specific conversation, is just completely parroted and usually nonsensical.
Is to learn that marriages fail at a rate of 75%. The figure that people like this normally use is 50%. And the claim that 50% of marriages end in divorce is already spurious, and we'll have more on that in a moment. But 75%? I was wondering where that number came from, so I scrolled down and I saw something that she reposted from an alleged lawyer who said this, quote, it's not 50-50, that only accounts for divorces. Another 25% on the negative side for miserable men trapped in cheaper to keep marriages, unwilling to risk financial...
If you change that to Christian families, though, it drastically changes. So I bet that he's going to bring that up.
75% chance of a devastatingly bad outcome is just a bad plan. No sane person would enter into a commercial contract on such terms.
The math isn't math in here. So one, they're claiming that it's 50-50, marriages fail 50% rate, which we're going to get into why that's complete nonsense. But two, then he says add another 25% on the negative side for miserable men trapped in cheaper to keep. So is he saying that out of the half of marriages that failed, that the other half are in cheaper to keeper marriages? So basically what he's saying is 50% of the people who are staying married hate it? Is that what he's saying? Or is just the math bad? And he's saying out of the 50% that stay married, 25% out of the 50 are in cheaper to keeper, which means that the number wouldn't be 75%, it'd be like 62%. Right? But nevertheless, I'm not sure how they came to these conclusions or where they got these numbers from.
Now, I did ask him where he got this 75% figure from. Apparently the magic statistic fairy came and whispered it in his ear. Now, for her part, Pearl later tweeted a picture of Pierce Brosnan with his wife of 20 years, and she questioned whether the marriage counts as successful since Brosnan's wife has put on some weight at the age of 60. So apparently even...
This whole idea that like if a woman puts on weight, therefore the marriage is not successful is kind of gross, because women do this thing where they have kids and they put on weight for that, and not all of them bounce back. A lot of them do, like especially if you're breastfeeding.
Sometimes
you can
women get actually
quick, but not all women bounce back. Not all women can breastfeed. So especially that because a woman puts on weight, that therefore the marriage is suffering. When most people in marriages go through ups and downs and go through times of maybe gaining weight, especially with dudes and women, right? So
even if they're happy and have remained married for 2 decades, they still might fall into that 75% failure rate because they have not both remained in supermodel condition into their 60s. This debate on social media brought out the rest of the marriage skeptical crowd on the right. A bunch of these red pill influencers decided to hop on an emergency Zoom call and spend...
Come here. I want to show you something. These are Nuvia's 24-hour permanent teeth.
Our patients come in with missing or damaged teeth. And in 24 hours, they leave with this.
And 2 hours talking about me and the rest of the Daily Wire crew and our reckless promotion of society's most fundamental institution. Now, there's one clip here that you should see. This is apparently a divorce lawyer who says that the failure rate for marriage is not 50%, and it's not 75%. It is, in fact, even higher. Listen.
I think marriage can be successful, of course. It's just not something that's as scalable as we as a society are trying to pretend it is. Marriage is, and I've said this 100 times, and I'll say it 100 more, marriage is like the lottery. You are probably not going to win, okay? You're probably not going to win. Don't make that
nowadays, if you don't
have
Christian morality.
Gross. This is probably the worst thing you could tell young people.
What you win is so great that I don't blame you for buying a ticket and trying. I personally don't buy lottery tickets. But when somebody says, yeah, I played the lottery, hey man, somebody's got to win. And you know what? As long as you're not blowing money that you need for food or to put shoes on your kids' feet, you're not hurting anybody, go out, give it a try. So I always tell people, listen, marriage, when it works, when you have somebody who's married 20 plus years and they're still crazy about each other, that is the exception, not the rule.
This is a sickness of the highest order.
That's just gross. By the way, shout out to Rollo Tomasi, who's been married well over 25 years. The irony of him sitting there.
But when you do it, it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. So why not buy the ticket, take the ride, but have a prenup? Wear a seatbelt, guys. You can be a safe driver, but wear a seatbelt.
So a happy marriage, he says, is like winning a lottery. And the thing about the lottery is that almost everybody loses. This is a perfect summation of how this entire club views marriage and the message that they're sending to young men in particular. Sure, it can be great, they concede, but only if you're insanely lucky. Everybody else is screwed.
Where is the personal responsibility in this conversation? Why is it that the people in the red pill never seem to take any personal responsibility? Why is it always luck? Why can't it be a byproduct of good decisions? It's a very fatalistic, nihilistic approach to the most important institution that many of us will participate in because, statistically speaking, most of us are going to have kids or at least desire kids.
This is a rather bleak view of marriage, and thankfully, it's also nonsense. First of all, the claim that marriage isn't scalable is obviously ridiculous because marriage has served as the bedrock of human society since time immemorial. It has already happened at the scale of civilization for thousands of years. Now, the divorce lawyers come along and say, you know this thing that society's been doing forever? Turns out it doesn't work. Unless
by the way, who benefits from more divorce and more prenups? I'm not mad if you want to get prenup, but who benefits from that? It's lawyers that benefit.
Lawyers,
It's not society that benefits from that.
You're the 1 in a million. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous claim. Now, what about the failure rate of marriages in our culture? We've heard 50%, we've heard 75%.
I've discussed this, by the way, with Michael Saratine. Both of those rates are wrong. Like far from wrong.
We just heard that they fail at a rate similar to the rate that people lose the lottery, which would mean higher than 99%, a lot higher. These kinds of astronomical odds are not based in anything but the doom and gloom speculations of the people inventing them.
Right.
There is no evidence that having a happy marriage is as unlikely as winning the lottery, or that 75% of marriages end in misery. And what about the 50% number? Well, this is at least is a familiar statistic. It's something you probably heard before. 50% of marriages end in divorce.
Drop a 1 in the chat if you've heard that statistic before and you've heard it passed on as
Yeah,
true. Drop a 1 in the chat because I've covered this at length. I got sources on this. I'm 90% sure that he's going to go the same direction that I go with this.
It's familiar, but it is bogus. And one way that you know that it's bogus is that people have been claiming that 50% of marriages end in divorce since I was a kid.
That's right.
I've been hearing that my whole life. And that would mean that divorce rates are static across time. But of course, that isn't the case. In fact, we know that divorce rates have gone down in recent years. So where does the 50% figure come from? Apparently, it's a holdover from the 1980s, which is when people first started citing that statistic. It's not true today.
It's actually in The Good News About Marriage, which is a book about this. The statistic is actually a projection of what they thought the divorce rate was going to be after no-fault divorce laws got passed. It actually never hit that. It was a projection of where they thought the number was going to go. Not to mention that they've also gone down before.
And it's actually not clear that it was true even in the 80s either. So what is the actual divorce rate? It's a little bit hard to determine. Probably our best guess is based on U.S. Census data, which according to the most recent figures, says that about 35% of American adults who have been married have been divorced.
Okay, so 35%, according to census data, 35% is a huge contrast between lottery odds, 75%, 50%. So 35% of folks that were married have been divorced.
So it's not exactly going to give us a precisely scientific figure of what the divorce rate is, but it's as close as we're going to get, 35%. And 35% is high. I mean, it's way too high.
That's right.
It's not 50% though.
That's right.
And it's not 75%.
That's right.
And it's not 99%. And it's definitely not lottery odds. Still, isn't it terrifying to think that if you get married, your chance of failure is 35%, and the chance of success is only 65% at the most?
Yes.
You know, even if we go with that number, isn't that still very, very scary? Isn't it high enough that it should dissuade anyone from attempting it? The answer to that question is no. And here's why. If the divorce rate is 35%, or even if it's 50%, it does not follow that your own particular marriage has a 35 or 50% chance of failure.
This is so good. This is so good. Because based on these numbers, you are just doomed to be like the average that everyone else is.
Now, I'm not...
By the way, but divorce in the church is also too high. Divorce in the church is actually one of the lowest in anything. See my conversation with Rollo Tomasi. Okay, see my conversation with Rollo Tomasi.
He
Divorce
had
in
a
the church.
conversation with
Christians
Rollo?
who go to church regularly are least likely to get divorced.
I'm not saying that you should be cocky or reckless,
That's right.
or that you should see yourself as invincible. I am saying that you shouldn't, on the other extreme, see yourself as passive debris floating helplessly on the tide of statistical likelihoods.
That's right.
Because you are an individual. You're
Whoa. He scared me. Thank you.
That is so much
Your marriage
better
is an
than
individual thing, and its chances of failure are not set by society at large. So here's an example to illustrate what I mean. And this is really, really important to understand because as marriage rates fall, and those are falling, you know, the thing that convinces so many people to not marry in the first place are numbers like this. And this misconception that, well, look at the divorce rate, and that is my own specific chance of getting divorced. And I'm here to tell you that's not how it works.
It's not how it works.
Well, you know,
just because 70% of people are overweight, that doesn't mean you have to be overweight. Just because 60% of people are living paycheck to paycheck doesn't mean you have to live paycheck to paycheck. Right? That is not how math has to work. That's a very fatalistic, sad boy view of the world.
Is over 40%. I think this illustrates. The obesity rate in the United States is...
Look at that. He went to the obesity rate. That's good. He went to the obesity rate. I just said the same thing. Right? Just because the obesity rate is 40%, that doesn't mean you have to be obese.
Over 40%. Does that mean that your own chances of becoming obese are 40%? No, it doesn't. Your chances might be 5%. They might be practically zero.
Once we start getting into how math works.
Or they might be quite a bit higher than 40%.
Right.
That's because obesity is the result of behavior and choices. If you do not engage in the behavior or make the choices that lead to obesity, you will not become obese.
That's right.
The fact that 40% of people around you are fat does not mean that you automatically have a 40% obesity risk.
Ain't that interesting? It's so basic, but it's so good.
Now let's take another example. Car accidents. Americans get into car accidents at a certain rate. I'm not sure what the rate is. It doesn't matter for our purposes. What does matter is that your own individual chance of getting into a car accident is not the same as every other driver on the road. The people who compile statistics will say things like, motorists have an X% chance of getting into a collision.
It's crazy. What is your probability of getting into a car accident? Our report uncovered a startling 77% of motorists in the United States have been in at least one accident in their lifetime. For every 1,000 miles you drive, your chances of getting into a car accident are 1 in 366. Does that mean
I guess I've been
that has to be the truth for you? No.
But you are not just a generic motorist. You are an individual. Now, you can never bring your own chance of dying in a fiery car wreck down to zero, but if you're a responsible driver, then obviously your chances of getting into an accident are much lower than the chances of someone who is not responsible. All of those stupid drivers who don't understand the basic rules of the road and like to tweet and eat while they drive and everything else, they're inflating the numbers for everyone.
That's right.
Now, they're also making the roads more dangerous for everyone.
That's right.
They are actually actively making your own chances of getting into a car accident higher because the roads are filled with stupid people. But your chances are not as high as their chances. You do not share their level of risk unless you're as dumb as they are. Because again, you are an individual, not a mere statistic. So, what about
that could really set some of you guys free, especially you guys that have that fatalistic view.
Marriage. It's true that even if you do everything right, things can still fall apart if your spouse doesn't follow that program.
Yep.
Now, if you both do everything right, or even most things right, then your chance of divorce is basically zero. But you do everything on your end, and maybe your spouse doesn't do the same, and then it falls apart anyway, and that happens, and it's terrible.
Yes.
But it happens.
Yes.
It's also true that there are many, many things you can do in your marriage and before your marriage to make it much more secure than the average. Obvious things. Like you can marry someone who shares your same fundamental values. Not everyone does that. In fact, a lot of people don't.
That's right.
A lot of people go into marriages knowing ahead of time that they're marrying someone who doesn't share their fundamental values.
They may not share your faith. This is why we don't do missionary dating. They may not share your ideologies about the world and how it works, right? If you're a hardcore entrepreneur who wants to change your family tree and you're going to marry someone that's a lefty communist, that's going to be problematic, right? There's so many fitness and health. If you're really into fitness and health and you marry somebody that's sloppy and doesn't give a crap about their body, and then at some point that's going to be an issue, right? Just because they're hot when they're 21 doesn't mean they're going to remain healthy throughout their lifetime.
Their chances of divorce are going to be somewhere much higher than yours.
That's right.
If you don't make that basic entry-level mistake that they have made. You can do other things. Like you can state from the outset that you both, in principle, don't believe in divorce and won't consider it as a viable option for solving any marital difficulties you may experience down the line. You can have a strong and shared faith. You can establish from the beginning a habit of honest communication. You can make time for each other. You can continue to date, even or especially as your lives get busier, you start having kids and so on. You can make a strong effort to be patient with and grateful to each other. You can take care of your body and your appearance. You can do all these things and more. Now, I'm not saying that if you do all of this, it will bring your divorce chance down to zero. I'm not denying that there are plenty of people out there who did all this, at least on their own end, and yet still ended up divorced. That's not my point. My point is that the divorce rate doesn't take any of that into account. The people who take none of these basic steps are lumped in with people who do all of it.
That's right.
And we're supposed to believe that both groups have an equal chance of marital failure. That's just not true.
That's right.
Now, I don't deny that there are real serious problems with marriage in our society. The so-called red pill people and others, they raise totally legitimate and important points on that end. We need drastic reform, abolish no-fault divorce. The entire family court system has to be torn down and rebuilt. The system is stacked against men in many ways that are extremely unfair and have ruined countless lives. So let's fight for those reforms, absolutely. But this systemic problem is not going to be solved today or tomorrow or next week. Abolishing no-fault divorce is just the beginning of reforming the system. Lawmakers in a small number of red states have only just started to seriously consider that idea, which is merely step one. So we're a long way off from fixing the system. It took decades to get us here. It will take decades to get us out at best.
And in the meantime, the vast majority of you dudes are gonna want kids.
Lawline provides online learning for attorneys striving for engaging, relevant CLE and professional growth content. Learn from any.
And the vast majority of you guys are gonna want to be around your kids. And the vast majority of you guys having kids with the wrong people because you bought into this red pill nonsense is going to hurt you, and you don't quite understand what it's like not having your kids in your household. So instead of blaming the system and blaming laws that are going to take decades to overturn, you can do the things to mitigate your chances of going through a divorce, which is ultimately, first and foremost, going to be anchored in you having a relationship with Jesus and having your heart transformed.
Yes.
And then two, seeking someone that is going to have a similar heart transformation. And then also seeking someone that shares your values and is going to continue down the path of practicing their faith and walking out their salvation with fear and trembling. And if you do those things, that highly, highly, highly decreases your chances of divorce. We see, according to the Bible, that prayer is extremely important in terms of us being transformed from the inside out when we get aligned with God's will. I want you guys to implement these.
Oh. Supper.
So that's that's what it is.
Because I have a good amount of friends who actually do subscribe to a lot of girls on OnlyFans, and I actually completely cut them off.
All right, man, we're about to get right into it, guys. Man, hey, man, check this out, guys. We got a caller exposing the Whatever Podcast. I need y'all to pay attention, man, bro. The Whatever Podcast is literally what it is, guys. In the name, it's whatever, man. It's, you know, they tried to copy the whole Fresh and Fit formula. Them and a few other channels have been trying to do that. It just doesn't pop because it just doesn't have that same vibe and energy, guys. Like that guy Brian, you know, he sits around and he gets these, you know, he's all over YouTube getting pressed by these chicks, stepped on. He doesn't know how to kick him out, guys. It's just a mess, man. But check out what this caller says, man. This is interesting.
Because I don't actually respect dudes like that whatsoever. And I actually got to thank you guys for teaching me something like that, because I actually have much more respect for myself than before. Yeah. Because it kind of dawned on it, because I don't like talking about them. You know, fuck these guys. But in the Whatever Podcast necessarily, they're always doing the complete opposite on, I would say, what it is your message is. Okay, you don't have to speak on them. I completely understand copyright and all that stuff. But as a fan,
they can do whatever they want, man.
We wish them the best, bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we ain't gonna hit them with no copyright or any of that other shit now.
Because these guys actually did see, they actually charge men, I would say, like men that are actually not high status and shit like that, about $9,500 just to be on the show, while all the other OnlyFans girls and all the models, they basically get it for free. That basically sells something.
Is that true?
I'm so serious, because there was a TikTok on a man that actually did look into that, how they're the OnlyFans girls, they actually hit them up, whatever they hit them up, obviously for networking, but as far as the average man, like I actually did try, I get a text message saying that they do not accept men, and if you do actually want to be on the show or support it, you would have to pay a fine, or a fee, I should say, guest fee, of at least a minimum of $9,500, while all these other girls basically go on the show.
Oh, nigga. What have we been doing, bro? Holy smokes. Well,
you know what? That's networking. I understand. That's money. I should understand. But what do you think that basically? This is why I even asked you the question. What do you think that tells us? I should say, as the hardworking blue collar guys, if you're willing to let all of these, you know, all of these girls who ended up taking the easy way out, and we're busting our ass, we're doing everything we can, and also we want to put our insight as far as being the average man in the modern 2023 times, which is bullshit. I should say. I fucking hate it. What does that tell you? You value basically, I would say, the flaws, and yet alone pretty much the promiscuity of these women compared to who it's affecting, which is, I would say, the average man.
Bro, I mean, I don't know what I didn't even fucking know that shit, bro.
Well, you have to understand we have different goals as creators. I'm just gonna say that. There's different paths we want to take, and that path is definitely not our path.
I mean, I'm just gonna say, bro, like I told y'all before, I'll say this shit again. Our objective isn't to just sit there and make money, bro. Yeah. Like, it's really not. Like, it's there's a reason why. As soon as we started this podcast and I started buying real estate property and we started investing, I knew at some point we might get canceled or something might happen. And also on top of that, I don't want to be driven by money. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna invest. I'm gonna put myself in a place where if everything were to go to shit, I'll be good. And then now I can focus on the content. I don't have to focus on like, oh, we just need to find ways to like monetize. Obviously, right, everything is money driven to a degree. I'm not gonna sit here and lie and, you know, we don't do this for free. But the money doesn't dictate the pace of the content, which is the most important thing. Yeah. You know what I mean? We're not gonna sit there and tell y'all, yo, we're just gonna read super chats for 4 hours.
Yeah, man, like this guy's over here charging $9,500 for regular guys to show up on his podcast to get no type of clout, because really the clout isn't there. I don't know how they're even getting that many views. You know, this shit's just not popping, guys. It's just a whole bunch of fuckery going on. You know, you got women over talking to men, like all the wrong shit you could possibly think of when it comes to this type of formula, when it comes to this type of style of podcasting, guys, goes wrong on the Whatever Podcast, man. Like,
you're leaving, Kiko?
I'm not rage quitting. It's just 12:30.
You can admit it.
I'm hungry. No, I'm not upset at all. It's just.
Do you want to watch the tape before you leave?
Not really.
Should we talk about abortion? Do you want to talk about abortion really quick? Just throwing it out. Kiko.
Bye, Kiko. Nice speaking with you tonight. What? I was being serious.
I really thought I could get past it, but.
Well, I just drive safe. Oh, welcome back.
Hi, I'm back again. My problem is not, honestly, I'm more upset with how you've conducted yourself earlier in the podcast. It's very unprofessional, in my opinion.
For giggling?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Learn how to conduct yourself properly.
I could say the same to you.
My process is purely logistical, narrowly focused by design. 1,000. It all comes down to preparation. 1,000. Attention to detail. 1,000. Redundancies. 1,000. Redundancies. 1,000. And redundancies. Well, this is new.
For what it's worth, I would never have involved your female friend.
1,000. Do 1,000. Here you are.
they really need to just either get someone who knows what he's doing, because the host Brian does not know what he's doing, guys. It just is what it is. He's just several times just being completely disrespected by some of the girls. You know, they overtalk him. Dude's just like, you know, even his arguments sometimes are flawed. You know, it's just a whole lot of just fuckery, man. Take a look at this clip here, man. I gotta see an example of, look at this shit. This dude's over here. He titles it "Brian kicks out rude, disrespectful 3 or 4 from the show." I fuck with what they're doing, but it's just like, do it right, man. Look at this shit.
We were
fucking embarrassing.
Around 9. But we go, typically the shows we go for 4, and you guys were 30 minutes late too, so we delayed our start a little bit. But yeah, I mean,
I have no excuse. I have no excuse for that one.
If you go to the
So he delayed his own show for 2 females that showed up 30 minutes late. Like, holy shit, dude. Not only that, you know, and I understand like where he's coming from, because the show is really to bring a panel of women like that are pretty much damaged, you know, on OnlyFans or selling ass, you know, and to sit there and conversate with them and try to break through, you know, try to get into the their mindset and what's going on, right? So, which is detrimental to society, as we can tell, right? But it's just the way there's certain ways that's effective of doing it, other ways that's not. You got to show. You know, the thing I like about Fresh Fit is they actually put their audience on some game on how to get these bitches to, you know, act right. You know what I'm saying? So this guy here, man, he's I don't know what he's doing. Look at this shit.
The episode Adam was on was.
Look at the chicks, man. They look bored. They look spaced out. They're not intrigued. They got the McDonald's dollar water fucking cups here, bro. They don't even have like this is just terrible, bro. Terrible, man. And it's not to hate on them. It's just like, man, you got to tighten up. You got to tighten up. If you're gonna do this type of content, you got to tighten up, bro. Look at this shit.
So. If you gotta go, like you gotta fucking go. But it's not even so. It's not so upsetting that you have to leave. It's just like you've been checked out for the past hour. You've been on your phone, like pissy about the fact that we're going late, even though you requested to be on the show.
Not pissy. I just have like a social battery, and my social battery gets fried, or I need food.
If you gotta talk,
bro.
I mean,
My social battery gets. My social battery gets like fried.
You see, I was like, he doesn't want to tell her like okay. This is the difference between him and Myron, who's doing it right. Okay. Talking the mic, right? He's just like very like hesitant about doing certain things, like even just kicking this bitch out, right? He's hesitant about kicking her out. He's trying to rationalize with her about what she's doing wrong and how she's affecting his show. And it's dude, this is an opportunity for these dumb OnlyFans bras to get some more, bro. This is an opportunity for them to gain more of a following with their choice of whatever they're doing. Obviously, most of them are probably selling ass. Okay, so for them to show up to your show 30 minutes late and not contribute to the show, that's disrespectful as it is, man. So there's no point of even having any type of, any type of respect with some of these bras, man. Straight up, like for you to like sit there, you should have. The moment she told you that she was bored and she's had her social limit for the day, you should have kicked her the fuck out immediately, bro. You know, like it's like, come on, dude. Like, and this isn't trying to hate, bro. This isn't trying. I'm not trying to hate, but it's like, you know, and some of your views are, some of these views, man. I don't even believe that they're actual, like, you know, that he's getting that many views, because it's not really like this podcast isn't really impacting the manosphere like that. It's not really. I mean, we don't see it. It's not doing much of an impact, man. Regardless of how many subscribers and views he's getting, you know, because people are seeing it as it's not, you know, it's being taken as a goddamn joke, man. Let's get into it.
And I'm able to like take part in the debates, but like I reach a point where my social battery where it's like I just can't even.
Okay,
we also did a
fine.
shoot today. Just
it's still rude to be checking your phone, but like that's fine.
Life goes on.
Okay, dude, you're supposed to collect their phones right when they come in the fucking they come to your show, man. This is you know, it's just not professional. You're supposed to have them put their phones in the front, because obviously that's going to be a distracting tool, and you're not going to get any good conversations going. You know, so it's like, see, they could try to replicate what Fresh Fit does, because I know damn well Myron takes the damn phones. You know, you better contribute to the conversation. You're going to get called out. But this guy's just, I don't know if he's just running a shit show with this damn podcast.
All right, take off. Later.
Thank you for your time. Thanks for having us.
Bye-bye.
Nice to meet you.
Drive safe.
Thank you.
Well, we can't have you guys linger in the back of the studio if you're leaving midway through, so I mean, we need you to just like, we need you out. You can't just be lingering. We need you out of the studio, guys.
Now I have so much space.
I guess we could.
Yeah, can we scoot down, because this corner's so.
Yeah, we'll scoot people around.
Okay, Alexa.
Wait, what's the place? Scoot if we only have 10 minutes left.
I can be like here and all the way over here, and I can be like, what's up? What's up?
Choose a different chair every time.
Yeah.
Even the bras just look mid, dude. Like compared to the ones that Fresh and Fit, and I think this is based in LA, right? So I can't fault Brian, guys. I can't fault him, because okay, LA women are just fucking mid, bro. Let's just keep it real. All right, like this is probably the average. Yeah, these chicks are just not even mid, probably below average. You know, while Fresh and Fit's bringing on damn near models. You know, but then again, that's geographical. I understand.
Yeah,
it. You know, LA is just guys. LA is a disaster, man.
Fresh and Fit.
Look at her putting her damn fucking leg on the just a lack of respect, bro. Look at this shit, man. And he's not checking none of this stuff, guys. He's just letting all this stuff slide. Very mild-mannered, you know. He's man, this is just terrible, man. This is terrible, guys.
Sorry.
And that's why that disrespect can't get any. This podcast does not get any respect.
Whispering under their breath as they were leaving. But I honestly, I should have called out sooner. She was fucking checking her phone. I should have called it out sooner. But
I thought you were gonna.
I was like, okay, I'll let her. I'll let it slide one more time, whatever.
Why are you letting it slide, man? Why are you letting it slide? See, this is. It's like you could try to emulate, but you can't replicate, dude. Like, why are you letting that slide? Why do you have to think about kicking her out? Like, you know, if you can't do it, just don't do it, man.
You know, I should have checked it sooner. She was super rude. Like, well, here, let's take her fucking shit out of Instagram. I mean, out of the fucking show. I mean, they're talking shit as they're leaving. They're fucking. She's checked out the entire show. She's rude at the beginning. I tried to make things cool, but.
Can
and
I
they
be
were
here
fucking
now?
30 minutes late. What's up?
Can I be here now?
Yeah, that's fine. I think maybe we try to readjust something. Yo, can you scroll down? Yeah, I mean, look, it's crazy because they requested to be on the show. I'm pretty sure they probably got linked up with Adam, because Adam is her management, I guess. Adam's been on the show. We do, like, the shows are 3, 4, 5 hours long. They were 30 minutes late, so I think we started the show
30 minutes late.
a little bit on, I don't know,
fucked.
whatever. And she's rude during there, and she's checking her phone when we specifically instructed her not to do it. I was just trying to let it slide because I didn't want to get in another argument with her, especially. Normally I would check that shit if a girl's checking the phone that much, but I don't know if some of you guys are just doing a major fucking argument before, so I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna just let it slide, whatever, I'm just gonna bite my tongue, but all right.
I'm done, bro. I can't take this anymore. So this guy's like the nice version of Myron. Like, he's a nice version of Fresh and Fit. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Obviously, it's not working for him, bro, because none of the girls out have respect him when they come on his platform. You got chicks checking their damn phones. You got this chick having her damn leg on the other chair, you know, acting like a fool, and he doesn't know whether to check these girls or whether to get into an argument with them. You know, he's being it's just a very passive aggressive, like, it's not gonna work, dude. See, you could try to play that game, dude, but it's not meant for everybody, man. It is what it is. I don't know how these views are piling up though, man. That shit is crazy. You know, what is this like for the well done way to stand up for yourself in the podcast? Yeah, dude. I can't vibe with it.
I didn't really like
How can you sit there and say a porn star hasn't gone through it? Like, I've met all the porn stars. They all say they have a troubled past. Even you said that.
Oh,
Yeah, but how are you going to take away all your trauma and say, no, I had rainbows and fucking bunny rabbits? Say I had a troubled past. That's why I'm a porn star.
Because you know what? There's a difference between.
I was a drug dealer because I had a troubled past. Now you have to own yours. Say you were a porn star because of trauma.
I did porn because I wanted money.
But she's saying that, and you guys are arguing with her that she's not taking accountability. So I think we should take accountability.
No,
but the
because she said you
majority
can't
of
judge it.
OnlyFans
Now
and
that
all
I got
these
25 trips and I live in the hills, you can't judge it.
Yeah, well, she got let into that
Excuse
because
me.
she said something, and you said she's not taking accountability.
Taking accountability is accepting the judgment that comes with their decisions. It's not shaming everybody for judging you. That's what comes with it. If I say I'm a cokehead and everyone judges me, I mean, and I can either argue with everyone and say stop it, or I can say okay.
She was taking accountability, but she said this is my struggled past, and this is why I led into this future.
No, that's
No, she's right. She's right.
You're
She's
confusing
right.
storytelling with accountability. She told the story, but she blamed her past for her actions.
That was after she threatened to bottle you.
Yeah.
Right.
But my point is, if we look at the majority of sex workers, don't they have a troubled past?
Yeah, they all cut themselves too.
Okay, so don't you think we should be looking at the troubled past?
Yeah,
and
it's called
why
a single mother.
Yeah, so.
It's called a single mother.
The chastity
So
belt. That's
she
what it
is
all
taking
comes back to. There
accountability.
you go.
She's also saying she has a troubled past.
No,
from it.
taking accountability isn't giving an excuse right after.
Well, I also think there's a difference between judging and assuming like you know someone, which people are assuming like they know me when they don't.
I'm not saying, no one's saying they know you. They just know the choices you made.
What's your birthday?
He does.
You say we don't know you?
So
We're about to find out.
basically, Gary, how he made millions and millions of dollars is he does numerology and astrology off a birthday. I don't know if you've seen his content. Off your birthday, he can tell you a lot about you, and this is how he does sports betting.
About zodiac signs.
Well, not all those channels on
That's
YouTube. They don't
cringe.
make money. They're all bullshit. But he does sports betting, so he'll know the quarterback's birthday and stuff. So they're asking your birthday so he can read your sign. It's like people pay him thousands of dollars for these reads. You can have one for free.
He didn't even show me the respect of fist pumping, so I'm not gonna give them the respect of
No,
that.
I'm curious. I'm so curious. though.
Secret, I'll tell you.
You're a 9. You're gonna turn out to be a 9.
I will tell you after the show to give you the respect because you haven't done much to
I'm so
disrespect
curious though. It's gonna make the
fist
show.
pumped me. You fist pumped me.
He wants to know.
I tried
Jesus
to make,
loves you. Let's
I
go.
tried making it right
Jesus
with him. He
loves
refused
you.
it. So you know what? He doesn't deserve that respect.
That's 'cause he's Jewish.
care.
They can't
I don't
shake a
care.
woman's hand.
Let's question them.
Well, let me ask you a question though. You said that you're not gonna you're like transitioning from porn. You don't want to do it anymore, right?
Just a few more.
Let me ask you this. Would you think it's okay to shame women who are younger not to do porn?
No, I think
No.
you should help them for a better path versus shaming them. Just like how you coddle a drug dealer to rehab and stuff. You
What
should
more
coddle-
help do we need? We have government benefits, child support, alimony. Like, what more help do we need?
Who is coddling Tuco Salamanca?
We have a bunch of. Well, then women should stay with the men they picked to make children with. So that's back on the women.
I don't. Is there a statistic on that? How many women leave compared to men?
70 to 80%.
Yeah, you guys are evil. Don't ask for statistics, bro. You don't want statistics with these women topics.
80%.
Every
One out of,
statistic
okay,
makes
I'll
you guys
give you,
look like
I'll give you
Hitler.
some
Every
stats.
single
One out of 3 women has had an abortion. 1 out of 3 women has an STD. 90% of women have been on birth control at some point in their life. The average number of sexual partners ranges somewhere between 5 and 25, and over 5 bodies, you have a 25% chance of a happy marriage. The stats are not on our side when it comes to decision making and making choices that benefit the family and not us. For whatever reason, women are very selfish. We leave 70 to 80% of the time,
weird as
and one
shit.
of the number one reasons for divorce are financial. When women win the lottery, they tend to leave. When men win the lottery, they tend to stay.
You just made a point that most of these single mothers are raising children in low income. So I think that just contradicts what you're saying, that they're leaving for financial reasons.
Yes, because they're paid to leave. They're given child support and alimony. That's very.
And the father doesn't have to do anything. He gets the kid for the weekend, and he's the cool guy.
Not always, because they'll deny access to the kid. But I think a lot of the reason the women are leaving is not because of money necessarily. It's because they're bored. They want the next bright shiny thing. You know, they see the hot guy on Instagram. They're like, oh, fuck, my husband's
women are more likely to divorce if they get a promotion at work. Again, listen to what I just said. When women win the lottery, they leave. When women get to the choice to leave, they
They hit this lottery, then they stay. But women are evil. Imagine if I cheated on my wife with Beyonce, I go back to my wife. If you cheated on me with Jay-Z, you'll never come back to me, and you'll make me a racist. I'll hate black men forever. When women upgrade, they never come home. When they that's why they call chicks.
Can you blame them for upgrading and not?
Wait. Repeat that.
Well, why would you want to be with her if she's?
No. Repeat what you just said.
Like,
Can I
if
blame her?
if women
Yes, I can.
upgrade, why would they go back?
She has kids.
You just said, can you blame them? That was the words
Yeah.
you used. You said, can you blame them?
Yes, I can blame the whore.
Just like how you can blame the leader that's supposed to lead the
Men
family.
don't lead
so
women.
why is the home so broken? Why is she
I have a
He's
question.
clearly not top G of the family.
No.
Why do women deserve top G when a third of them have had an abortion?
I said top G of the family household.
Women do not give men authority. Women will bitch and moan about men leading, but they don't follow.
So then that means men aren't leading. That means
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No,
everything.
it doesn't. That's the point. No, it doesn't. You automatically are blaming the men. You cannot
You're
lead.
on autopilot. You're on CNN autopilot.
You cannot lead a woman that doesn't want to follow.
Yeah,
this
exactly.
is
They're
generational.
like camels. They're like camels through water.
Let me use this in an employee relationship. If I say blessing, set up the camera, he says no. I say blessing, set up the camera, he says no. What else the fuck am I supposed to do? Put a gun to his head? That's how a lot of men feel in marriage.
It's not what you said, it's the way you said
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
You gotta say it better to him.
And the other thing is, if me and Troy are in a contract and I'm paid to leave the contract and he loses everything in that contract, I'm sorry, but he's always going to be trying to make me happy, and that's modern marriage. The way that the legal system is set up, it affects the way that men and women interact with each other.
And Pearl makes a really good point, because you respect is given but is granted by the woman, and when that respect is lost, it doesn't matter if he's.
I want to watch this.
I'm trying to conceptualize what the Earth. So the Earth is how thick is the Earth if it's flat?
Well, we've only dug 8 miles deep, so not even in the crust. So we don't know if there's a mantle. We just know volcanoes can appear.
Okay, so the Earth is around 8 miles thick.
No, way deeper.
Okay, sure. Okay, but beneath that, you're saying is the black sun.
Well, no, it would be the Sheol oil, right? Not dinosaur oil, but the Sheol, which is kind of like an underworld thing. And they say the black sun's there charging the moon and the.
It's an electromagnetic.
So check this out. So this is in my documentary, and I don't want to say this is the truth. I've never said this live because I hate getting humiliated. I only talk if I know. So this isn't like gospel or anything. My theory is the underworld, right? Hell gives us a deception by giving us the apple. Half the apple is the sun, male. The other half is female. And we bite from these apples, the subconscious and the conscious mind. Like, so when you're sleeping, you're with the moon, when you're with the sun, right? That's why you have to sleep to your circadian rhythm. You have a diurnal and a nocturnal pulse to these fucking energies. But they're literally, it's a fugazi.
Yeah, I gotta admit, you were the first person to really convince me on that. And if you finish watching my grilling episode, you see I stole a lot of talking points from you.
Which one?
Your most proud moment in life as a man is your most masculine moment, and also eating boxes. This is satanic. Like I stole both of those.
Oh, Cheyenne, I'm next.
This is Level Flat Earth Film, Eric DeBay.
Yeah, This guy's based as fuck on Zio.
And look at this. They put Wikipedia here. Flat Earth is a scientifically disproven conception. So this shit always leaves it because this is what they put for the vaccine. They put these same
or transgender.
You know, every side, but they don't do it for any other types of misinformation. It's like, why do they need to go and convince you of this? Like, if the Earth was round, like, why would they try so hard to convince? Like, why does it matter so much? Like, if it's really that, why don't they just let people believe in it? What's the point of correcting people?
Yeah, what's it affecting that people believe that it's?
So there it is. The Earth
flat.
from
I
outer
mean,
space.
I don't think that it's flat.
Do you believe
but,
this is a
why?
real live recording? Do you believe? How about now? Does this make it more believable? Ask yourself.
Is this real?
You believe it?
I'm just gonna take a bit.
Let's try this another way.
I've said this 40
News.
times on stream.
NASA finally did it. They finally did it. They're finally live streaming the Earth spinning from outer space. The world is celebrating. This one will go down in history.
Convinced? Well, if you didn't fall for that, then why would you fall for this? Maybe you just never paid attention. When you do pay attention, you start to notice things. Are you paying attention?
Bravo.
Did you know that starting at the end of 2015 through 2017, Flat Earth was one of the top search terms in the USA, let alone the world? While most of you were falling for the political charades, the rest of us were trying to discover the true nature about our world.
My name is ODD-TV. I'm a local rapper here in Denver, Colorado.
I just want you to know the truth, so please don't shoot the messenger. It's a bitch, but this is how it is when you live.
I've been rapping for 20 years, just like anyone else. When you're a kid and you're really into music, you're into making music, every kid looks in that mirror and fantasizes about being famous. And because I like to make my own music,
He raps like Zuby.
I just decided, screw it. I'm gonna make a YouTube channel and start talking in videos.
There's never been one experiment that proves that the Earth is in motion. When you try to find the curvature of the Earth, it's nowhere to be found. Unless you're looking at footage from GoPro cameras that have fisheye lenses, Hollywood movies, or NASA propaganda.
Started making the videos in 2014, early 2015. Started getting noticed. You're living in a world where there's fake people faking events on TV in order to move agendas forward. With the Earth being flat, I couldn't just sit around and do nothing. There was videos everywhere. There was videos of people doing science, putting balloons up with a camera that doesn't have a fisheye lens on it, like a GoPro lens, a wide-angle lens. And they were using these cameras that didn't have those. The horizon rose to eye level, which would be impossible on a ball that would be falling away from you as you rose up. There's people putting out top 10 NASA hoax videos, debunking the moon landing, picking apart NASA just left and right. It was awesome. Awesome time for YouTube between 2015 and 17.
Even Google mentioned it during their commercial. Do you remember this? Why would Google be promoting this?
As a joke?
As a joke? No. We know why. They were panicking. Panicking because the platform they purchased 10 years ago was collapsing with truth. The powers that be would not allow that.
We want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy information.
I'm sorry to cut you off.
Authoritative information?
I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by promoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content. And
what the fuck? How did they just admit that on a
The second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up.
And they've just proven that you can't trust any of this "I'm hiding misinformation" quotes, because Peter Hotez was reproached with a debate, the person who pushed vaccines on children and then ran and hid behind mainstream media for weeks. He won't even debate. These people refuse to go because their psyop is like, oh, it's too stupid to even engage with. If it was so stupid, then you should easily be able to engage with it.
A lot of information that.
I know, you're talking about Ryan Dawson. He's stupid to debate flat Earth with me. Humiliating.
Well, no, I think he would debate that flat Earth with you. You're just going too aggressive, and he just didn't like your cocaine energy.
That's a friend answer.
No, I think he would
Think
debate.
you made good points?
I think he just got annoyed by your demeanor.
Is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of.
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
So instead of deleting all of the millions of videos we have made, they simply decided to bring in their puppets to reiterate the agenda at stake.
We are already sufficiently motivated to invest the necessary resources.
There's no topic more nuked, not even than flat Earth. Billions of the number 1 billion views, they only show you flat Earth disc flying through space. Shit we don't even believe in. So
why is it on YouTube?
Well, that's the thing. It's actually very hard to find. You have to click on his channel to find it for 2 years, unless it's changed now. But try finding anything about the firmament. It's impossible. Or anything that leaked in 2016. You have to go to BitChute.
About the what?
Search up flat Earth. Look, what's the top 20 results? It's all stuff that's fake. Flat Earth Society, all the controlled opposition. We don't believe in any of this stuff.
I'm surprised they didn't take it down for misinformation, though.
Well, they like the stuff. There's a lot of.
They put Vice News up there. The flat Earth thinks NASA's lying to you.
That's,
NASA,
for example, flat Earth doesn't mean a disk in space. Literally, Earth would be the basement of the universe. Do you understand?
So do you believe in space?
As a dome, yeah. Like the stars. Search up star trails.
Star trails?
Yeah. Polaris, the North Star, has not deviated an inch off the sky for thousands of years for a reason, because it doesn't move. It's like the middle nipple, right? And do you see what I'm saying? The firmament actually moves, and the Earth is motionless. Like, that's why Michelson Morley experiment, all experiments to prove the Earth is in motion failed. That's why Einstein said the Earth is an observable, motionless plane. And the interesting thing is, go search up Vibes of Cosmos on YouTube. They mirrored a map of Earth continents from the craters of the moon, and it was the flat Earth map that they found leaked from the United Nations building. Search up Vibes of Cosmos. This is gonna blow your chest, minds. It's gonna get you a lot of views. Yeah, go YouTube Vibes of Cosmos. Moon, just moon map. After that, yeah, just copy paste the title and then put moon map on the YouTube search bar. This is literally like, this is higher level flat Earth, to be honest, right? Vibes of Cosmos, go down. I think chat, help me out. Is it? Yeah, try the second one first. Yeah, try that. Yeah. This map was found in the United Nations. I was the first to post it on Twitter, and everyone laughed at me. But now everyone used it. Now it's the most viral map. The craters of the moon is the flat Earth map, and look at that. Our Earth is not actually at the center. There's other continents that are past these Antarctic walls, right? And look at this. They had Nazi symbols of the Aryan real energy that they were trying to harvest from ether, of infinite cosmic energy that Tesla talked about. And what's interesting about this, with the black magic and stuff, what's interesting about this is there's a cross at the top of the dome. They put a little cross, as in Christ is real. Even the United Nations fucking CIA, and people say I'm CIA because I was the first to leak the map. I don't think I was the first. I think it was on BitChute, but it's incredible how someone took a picture illegally in a fucking building. When they leaked it, the map mirrors the craters of the moon. The Mercator doesn't. The globe doesn't. No other map can do this. So you can literally look at the moon and mirror. You can see a mirror and know which way to sail. Right. That's how stonemasons used to use the. Yeah.
Explain it. Oh, wait. So you're saying the moon is a mirror of Earth?
The craters of the moon are the exact continents you see. Africa will fit in exactly in one crater. And just watch the video and you'll understand. Go to that video.
Let's watch it.
No, go to that video quickly and just speed run it. Takes like 2 seconds. Yeah, look at that. Look, they fill it in. Go back. Right here. Before they fill it in. Before. Look, see, we're shown that it's a material thing. It's crystallized material. No. Don't speed run it. Just let it play. Look at that. That's literally the azimuthal equidistant flat Earth firmament accurate map that I've been talking about for years while everyone's fucking calling me. And we're not in the middle. Now look at the oldest clock, a church clock, oldest clock in history. Search Google. Now Google, go on Google. Search up oldest church clock. I forget what this thing's called.
I'm so confused.
Clock, it is a zodiac clock. Go images. Or images. Click on the second one. It's the exact. Show them. It's the exact same fucking. It's literally a cosmic clock, God's clock. It's not just to predict good harvests and stuff like that. That's why they worship Moloch and star gods, and there's stargates with star powers they can get from child sacrifice or sex magic, which is living force energy. The most pro-life thing you can do is start a family, and they do it for rape, sodomy, and murder rituals. But look at this. It's the first. That means the ancients knew. And when you talk, I have this friend. I have one. He's a hardcore anti, but he believes that God's law doesn't change. It's just the fucking Old Testament. He actually says, I believe not only is Genesis the beginning. They had better technology back then. Not just ether, magnetics, acoustics, but electricity. And we have the shitty technology. So he says, I don't believe in. He's like, I have the chutzpah to tell you, John. We don't. And he really red-pilled me. I had a debate with him. I kept saying, "You gonna bite me, little fucking rabbi fuck?" But he hates Zios. And when I debated this guy, he blew my mind and got me even closer to Christ. And I said, "Bro, you gotta come to Christ, bro." And he didn't get it. He said, "We don't believe in evolution." And he said, "This guy's a genius. He used to go speakers corner and destroy people." He said, "We believe in the opposite because they keep mirroring it. These are inverted beings. That's why they rape children. It's not just evil. They just twist. They do what we do, opposite. They just invert. They invert the timeline of history, and they say the evolution is backwards, that we were hyper geniuses, almost like astral beings like Adam and Eve, not like that, but we were literally fucking geniuses with the best technology and almost psychically understanding each other. Now 90% of human communication that is not non-verbal, and we still argue with our wives till they ruin our lives. We don't know what we're doing. Now they say evolution got worse and we got dumber over time. They kill Malcolm X's and geniuses, and they make breed. You know what I mean? Like, did you really think Plato would chill with Jordan Peterson? He'd find him a fucking, he'd be like, this guy's a fucking, right? Peterson repackages young and people. Plato don't repackage. He's fucking authentic. Now, when you think about it, evolution is backwards. We got dumber over time. The ancients were building fucking pyramids, bro.
Ancients were building fucking pyramids, bro.
Right now. Mr. Martin, thanks for the 20. I have a very close friend. He's one of our country's top pilots. Trains countless military pilots. You'd be shocked how many elite pilots and many others in aviation are closet flat earthers. I have heard that. Yeah. You ask any pilot, you know that.
And people.
By the way, pause. The dumbest thing you can do is say you're a flat earther as a pilot, because nobody feels safe flying with you. You know what I mean? So you lost your job, your family, your everything. Your wife is like, you lost your job because you want to sound as based as Zerka? So I don't recommend you, like, ladies and gentlemen, the Earth's flat. And that's worse than anything you could say, bro. You
have to hide the flat Earth forever. Yeah, like I will.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
The Earth being flat is getting out of control. Can you please help?
When you stand on the shoulders of those who can't.
I used to think this guy was smart. This is like a Redditor's idea.
No, I've never thought that.
When I was in high school, I would skip high school and obsess over Christopher Hitchens and Richard Dawkins. And I thought I was smart.
Yeah, so everybody has an atheist phase.
No, but in high school, nobody even skipped school to do that. They would like play basketball or something like that. And I was always obsessed with death. Like, what happens? Is there a part 2? Man, when I read Masonic literature, Monitors, Morals and Dogma, Albert Pike, Grand Wizard of Freemasonry, dude, the opposite of matter, mother, material, feminine, this world, chaos, the opposite of matter is spirit. Literally, they prove that there's a part 2, afterlife. And they just adhere to a different kind of like authority. But all billionaires know you meet your relatives that pass. Like, they all know that. even though they rape children, everyone knows this. Like, they even write, the atheist is closer to a dog than human. Yeah, they say that.
To realize the Earth isn't flat.
1 + 1 is?
2.
What color is the sky?
Blue.
And the Earth is?
Round.
Oh, you cocksucker.
But the sky's green. Because it's fucking CGI every time. If you look at Google Earth, they're all pictures taken by the Google plane, not satellites. Satellites don't fucking exist. $100 million satellite, you fucking kidding me? It's a tax scam. It's a tax scam. That's why when you Google satellites, it's all CGI photos. Unless you look at the ISS, which has been debunked, and they only use warping fisheye lenses to make it look round or CGI. But when you scroll back on Google Earth far enough, what happens when you leave low Earth orbit on Google Earth? It turns computer generated every time. It's not a photo anymore. But they say they have photos that can zoom in. You know what I mean? Like, they're so fucking, it's so fake.
This float celebrates flat Earth theory that is spreading ironically around the
World and its possible roundness.
Spinning.
Now they're talking
I
about
thought Kyrie was red pill.
Yes.
they want you to search for it because they already changed their algorithm to be set up in their favor.
Andrew Tate's the most terrifying
None of
topic.
this tells you our side of the story.
Yo, why are you so obsessed with Andrew Tate, man?
Because him and Tristan are flat earthers. I know we have mutual friends. They all are flat earthers. They don't want to lose money, so they make fun of it.
Why do you care so much about them?
Imagine being a
I
friend.
have seen a video of them saying globetard.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars a year just because I don't want to learn from Zerk. He's a flat earther. Now imagine that fucking bitch talks to Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker's like, "You're a flat earther, aren't you?" He's like, "No, I've been to space and I've seen it." Bro, imagine me after being kicked all my life, and I'm like, "Dude, you afraid of whatever, but you're afraid to talk about flat earth? Come on, you fucking pussy."
Just battles that you should fight.
These are all videos they put together, so you can watch
Look at
and
this
learn
24-hour sun.
nothing. Nothing that any of us
Google will
show
not show you this. It's buried.
Like here, have you ever seen a time lapse of the sun? Does it look like the Earth is rotating backwards
Looks like the sun's getting further and further.
and the sun is still? Or does it look like our sun is simply moving across our sky, traveling away from your perspective? Again, but with some inversion. You can clearly see the sun, not only decreasing its size, but heading towards its next destination with a slight turn before it disappears.
And that focal point, not just dust and all that stuff, is why you don't have infinite vision. If I was a flat earther, can't I see China? Are you fucking stupid? Look at the train tracks. Are they getting smaller? No, bro. Train tracks are going into a focal point. That's how your eyeball is, bro.
Nobody's making that argument about China.
Literally, Dawson, all those people say you could see other continents.
If the Earth is flat?
Yeah, like they're stupid as fuck.
From your line of sight.
I asked Dawson, can you have a 24-hour sun? This is where I cook them.
While Google would make sure when you type in flat Earth that nothing like this would ever pop up. Many agree, the science regarding our sun is far from settled.
Look at that, look at that, sun never sets. It really never set in that fucking footage.
We're
That's
told
hard to
that the
find.
sun is a massive ball of burning gas 93 million miles away. But if that were true, then all the light that arrives here would be parallel because it's so far away. And it has to be parallel because one of the most often cited supposed globe proofs is Eratosthenes' experiment between Alexandria and Syene, by which he calculated the size of the Earth. For that calculation to be accurate, the light must come down parallel. The only problem is that that's not what we see. If you go out on a sunny day with broken cloud, what you'll see is that light comes down at angles, diverging angles. And that means that we can follow those light rays back to the source and triangulate the sun's height above the Earth, proving that the sun isn't millions of miles away.
Pause. It only, just like the moon, the sun only illuminates the clouds around it. Have you noticed? Because the sun is smaller than the Earth, like a yin and yang model. It illuminates the clouds around it. It's literally right there. It's so close to us. That's how fucking close.
How far away do you think the sun is?
I don't want to put a number, but I would say definitely, because a lot of people say it's within the firmament, like in the late, I guess, within the firmament, and it makes another spotlight, which we see. I don't know about that theory, but I would say, I'll go with, I know what he's going to say, I just forget the number, I don't want to get it wrong.
But we can also perform physical experiments that prove that these crepuscular rays, as they're called, can only be recreated with a light source that is small and close.
It doesn't take a genius to understand that the further the light...
Go to BitChute and search up Freemason leaks. What's under the Earth? Just search up Freemason flat Earth. Look at this Freemason. I know who this guy is. I'm not gonna leak the name.
Freemason flat Earth.
I know who he worked for. Go Freemason, and he didn't leak this video for a year. He just had it on Freemason flat Earth, right? Because all Freemasons talk about Jesus. Click on that. He literally breaks down the square and compass. Yeah, the square and compass, which shows material and spirit. Yeah. Look at where pretty much everything is being charged by
At the beginning of the video, he shows a CD or a disc. He immediately draws the geometric shape of an oblate spheroid.
This is the best video I've ever seen on this topic.
You can see how he separates the oblate spheroid with a disc that has a hole in the center.
Can't go at the center, North Pole. Illegal.
Then, below, he draws a circle with a swastika inside and immediately paints it completely black.
Black sun?
Yes, you know the black sun?
No.
The black sun symbol
Wait,
the
why?
Nazis use.
What?
The black sun that the Ukrainian Azov battalion uses to charge. Basically, symbols charge their fighters. But yeah, so it's the 12 lightning bolts, zodiac bolts,
It's a
and
real planet?
Luciferian thing. But the sun wouldn't be a planet in the heliocentric model, you fucking. Or our model.
What are you talking about?
The black sun, this symbol is what the you did his black magic with the Vril Society, which the Tool Society is for Vril energy, excuse me. So basically it's black magic symbol, right? It's a spell symbol, right? Just like the hexagram is the Star of David, which is really the seal of Solomon, or the cube of Saturn when you look into sacred geometry, which is in the middle, and it's on my Twitter. Look at this, the underworld, black, and this is all in my documentary, and in my documentary I even explain how stars are beautiful to us because it's a devilish trick of the highest level of beauty. Angels of light, they appear like in the Bible, but the Eastern Star that points down, right? The Eastern Star, that's the pentagram, right? Or the horns of Baphomet, they say. Dude, it's just no, don't skip the video. It's mirroring. It's a wizard spell to make you look up and believe in Mars, Pluto, Jupiter, which are wandering stars. It's a spell to get you away from your creator, and we're hypnotized by it. And NASA helps fund it. In Hebrew, NASA is to deceive.
Why the fuck do I have
Look what he does.
three over
The
there
light
now?
coming out of
What?
the black sun literally charges the sun.
And above this
the
hole
moon.
inside what would be the celestial vault, he draws a star, the polar star or Polaris.
So what
What
is
is
this?
he talking
Look what he draws.
about?
Look what he draws. Watch.
What's the sphere made of?
I'm
the
so
firmament?
confused.
A lot of people say it's like a crystallized, you know, the desert Egyptian, Moroccan, I forget what it was, but desert glass. Apparently, pieces of glass that fall off are the meteors of the dome. Remember, the waters above come from it. So a lot of people say that. Some people say ice. Some people say, right? To me, it really doesn't matter. Go ahead.
He marks 2 points and connects them in a circle and writes, equator. He draws 2 lines that go down from the polar star to the 2 points. The lines form a triangle.
Okay, he makes the Freemason compass and square of man, material, and spirit, which is the square is the material world, and spirit will be the circle. Right, spell circle. Look at that.
He highlights 2 of the rays coming out of the black sun and also forms a triangle, but vice versa.
And the northern lights come through there too, in the electric kind of green energy.
And he writes, as above, so below. It's one of the 7 principles of Hermes Trismegistus.
Yeah, and this is not just a hermetic philosophy and principle. It's also in Satanism. It's in, guess what? Mysticism. The rabbis, you know what the rabbis say? We must bring heaven here, as above, we bring to the below. They literally want to be gods on earth. That's why they talk about in the Babylonian Talmud, there's a rabbi who debates God and wins. Yeah.
Can we go back to the documentary?
Okay, all right.
Bro, 8 minutes in.
Light source goes up, the more the sun rays would spread out and become parallel. The reason you'd even think that the
If the Earth was flat, wouldn't it be sunny all the time? I mean, have they ever even thought about it?
Well, if you'd let me finish, the reason you'd even think the sun would be visible from anywhere on
Is that
Earth
an accurate drawing?
No, this
is
is
because
psyop.
of the images they have shown you. No one promoting this stands for truth. You can keep believing in your fantasy gas ball 93 million miles away.
By the way, Tesla and everyone agreed the Earth is electromagnetic, even the orgasm. So, the pro-life kind of like etheric orgasm that comes from your water sheath, right? Because you're made of earth, fire, air, and water. Earth is your flesh.
Damn.
Your fluids. Earth is your flesh. Your water shell is your reproductive and generative principle to make babies, and it's carried by your soul, your astral flame, which is, drives motion. But what drives motion? Emotion. So your soul is emotion, drives motion, and then the one you and Andrew Tate obsessed with the most, and everyone else, the airplane. The air mental, which is mental, and that one gets fried with CNN and other things, and it battles the soul, because your brain can change. You're a red pill, you're transgender, you're this, your soul. That's where Christ consciousness is, right? It should literally be stagnant. Like in 40 years from now, you'll tune into me and be like, oh, he's still a Christian. Because the soul won't change for me. And when you find out what you lack the most, you can actually make a bunch of fucking money. Like, people say like, oh, you're like the most fucking energetic, motivational. I overdose on the fire element, which is emotion and motion, like moving and fucking, let's go, bitch, right? And I have to focus more on the air, the mental. Whereas you have to come back to the soul, because you don't really explain why you're doing something. Like, you don't actually understand. Well, you just do it. It's just mental changes, right? The age of reason really just means, it's not enlightenment faggotry. It's like, it is, but the age of reason means it's reasonable to cut your dick off. But the Bible, the morals of the Bible, there's no reason. That's God's law, period. It'll never change. It hasn't changed till now, and it's built every single civilization. That's it. Game over. Right? Netflix will never replace the Bible. Nothing will. Outsmarting yourself at the age of reason is why we have transgender, right? When you really think about it, how is the Bible never losing? I thought science is here and genius isn't, right?
You can keep believing in your fantasy gas ball.
While we keep experimenting to try and figure out what the sun actually is, and how close it could be. With a local hotspot, it should be easy to comprehend that the sun is small and close
This guy's a yoga dude if he's this
to you.
To put that in perspective, imagine a type.
What Kundalini Yoga is messing with your chakras, and people don't believe in this, but it is true that you have wheels. You have a sensation on your throat, you feel when you speak. You have a sensation between your eyes, your third eye chakra, which can actually be abused to enter genius levels of gnosis through the third eye of masonry, which is generative principle. That's why they wear an apron around their penis to generate life. You
What? They wear an apron around their penis? What the fuck is he talking about?
Higher level of intellect throughout time, through biting the apple of knowledge. This is what a lot of do to make billionaire corporations, change their flags to rainbows. It's not for profit, right? They can print as much money as they want. You have a crown chakra, you feel a sensation over your head. You have one here, even sacral. These chakras actually are unleashed when you do enough yoga, like spinal yoga, and you feel the highest level of euphoria and depression at the same time. You start crying. then you're freed, and really it's like a big new age. It's very satanic in my opinion. Right? That's why I'm a Catholic. A Catholic says suffer and take the fucking lashes, whereas these Kundalini guys are like be free and be open to everything. Fucking gay.
Dion Jason Tony, you're following with
Fucking
Christ,
gay.
you show that on Twitter. How can you defeat the demons when you move from him?
I bet he watches porn. Like I've converted 1,400 people in 2 days on the internet. He's never converted anyone and literally watches porn. Like God hates you. And I'm telling you this, bro. God doesn't really focus. God doesn't focus on your sinning. He focuses on spreading the word. The word is Christ. Are you spreading the gospels and Christ consciousness around your community? That's really number one, because sinning does decrease over time when you start fucking Christ killing people.
Yeah, true.
Jesus hates all of you in chat. Doesn't hate you. He thinks you're literally supercharges my life. Right?
Okay, this is one. This video I think is pretty cool.
Why don't you go to the astronauts being caught? They start fighting them. Go to the video. This is the clickbait you'll have. Go here. Skip to the astronauts being caught. So skip in increments. Go to the part where underwater. Yeah, skip. You don't want to see the boring stuff. They're not. Your audience is not intelligent enough
It
for
would
this.
appear to sink down in your field of view.
I get bored of it.
This is what I'm talking about. The zoom lens videos.
The further
If you get a zoom lens to zoom out, that's what I was looking for so long.
away you get,
There's no camera that could show any curvature in the Earth, no matter how long the zooms are. Like, and if you hold up, this is what makes. If you hold a ball, there's no flat point. Even with the biggest telephoto lenses of all time,
from it, the
you zoom out,
lower it will appear.
and it stays flat.
Well, on a ball,
this is the video. This is the video. So I'm like, what the fuck? This is the video I was looking for. What? How is this possible?
Yeah, Bill Nye said it went under the horizon because it's.
It doesn't physically change its height. It just appears that way to your eyes.
And you hold a ball, there's no flat point, but there's no curvature on any camera of all time.
Until eventually it will disappear behind the horizon formed by your eye's vanishing point. Your eye has an angular resolution of 0.2 degrees. And anything at that height will disappear beyond the limit of
They
your
want to
sight.
see the astronauts getting caught
Many
on
times we
wires.
can see time-lapse footage
Go
of
to
the
the
sun
astronauts
that
underwater.
shows
They
it
get
getting
caught on
smaller
harnesses, dude.
as it moves away from us.
So to me, I immediately became a flat earther when they showed the harnesses.
Now,
What the fuck? That was weird, right? Okay, what are you saying?
Go to the astronauts underwater. It should be like in 10 minutes or something.
Hello, I like these videos. We're good. Okay, chat. Woo!
That's not always the case, since the sun is travelling around the North Pole. The closer you are to the north, the less you'll see the size change. But from locations beyond the equator, you'll absolutely see the sun's size change. And that could never ever happen if the sun was 93 million miles away. You wouldn't see the sun change at all.
Our eyes cannot see farther than what they were designed to see, but that is no reason to keep them closed.
There's also an effect that occurs under certain conditions called atmospheric lensing, where the sheer amount of atmosphere, as well as the rain between you and the sun, acts like a lens and a prism, magnifying it greatly, which leads to another observational proof that the sun's setting is an optical effect. At such times, when the sun is setting over the sea, and it seems as though it's half hidden by the horizon, then you can zoom in with a high-powered zoom camera and see that it's...
I know that you've seen this a million times. This shit is mind-blowing.
Also, sometimes you feel the sun right over your head, where your mom's like, put sunscreen on, it's right over your head. It's literally moving right over your head. That's why, it feels way closer. Like, it actually moves throughout the fucking sky. Another thing, when you look at a red moon, when a moon is red, how can a shadow be red? A shadow has no hue by definition. So red moon is not what they tell you what it is, right? And the sun and the moon perfectly eclipse. Not because the sun is 93 million miles away in the Goldilocks zone. They perfectly eclipse. And we don't explain really well why it eclipses. Like ancient Mayans said it's Rahu. Right? There's a third entity eating them. We don't know, but it's actually it's supercharged. So that when the sun and the moon bathe together, that is the Seal of Solomon, the upwards triangle of male fire and female water coming into the Star of David. That fusion is what happens when male and female becomes one. You become God, apparently. And that's why these ancient Gnostics, Ophites, Canaanites, everyone who's like learning, how can I be like God? How can I think like God? Oh, God doesn't eat, so they fasted. God doesn't pee, they didn't drink. God doesn't eat, they start starving. God doesn't do anything. They stand still, and they stay there for fucking weeks, drying up to enter these levels of gnosis. It's psychic gnosis, right? And there's a faster way through sex, perversion, dirt, anything non-holy. And that's Aleister Crowley's way. But yeah, they're both bad.
Who's Aleister Crowley?
That's for another stream.
Actually, still above the horizon. It's just an optical illusion.
Pay attention to the sun rays here.
Look at this part.
This alone proves our local sun. And so do these shadows.
But what about the moon?
So what about the moon? We all witnessed the moon only illuminating the local clouds around it.
Remember, the first video I saw in 2016 is the first time in my life I stopped fucking women for literally 30 days straight, still worked at the club, and my heart was pulsing, waiting to run home. I'm not gonna kill myself, I'm gonna watch Flat Earth. This is the only thing, and this is how crazy it is. I genuinely think, and Christian's gonna kill me for this, you gotta start with this before the Bible. It just makes more sense. If you read the Bible and start reading about the four winds of the earth, you start thinking it's a fairy tale. Flat Earth, when scientific proof, and I know now I don't need it, now I have faith, I don't need reason. When scientific proof was on our side, I was like, I can't believe in Christ, but I need to start praying. I tried my first prayer after I became Flat Earther, and it popped off, and it was way too accurate. The people in my prayer had blurry faces, and then I started recognizing.
Have you spoken to Young Don before? I just spoke.
No,
to
I hate him. He let go of the Trinity. I literally unfollowed him. I hate him.
Well, last night I spoke to him and he was telling me what led him to the Bible was Flat Earth. He started from there. Like once you believe in Flat Earth, then everything starts by itself.
Oh, yeah.
So you don't need to hate him, but he's gonna become a Muslim soon because he rejected the Trinity.
Yeah.
That is because it is also a local light, but one with opposite effects from the sun. As we can all agree, shade from the sun is cooler than direct sunlight. But did you know the moon's shade is actually warmer than direct moonlight? The moon produces cold light, something the science priests must have forgotten to teach us all about.
The moon is actually the feminine principle of passive and gently encouraging the sun to lap it and go faster and recharge. The moon, the word month comes from the word moon. It's a cycle. The moon charges into a full moon and then fades away. Exactly, yeah. It is the feminine principle. It's passive, gentle with the tide. But you need it. You have to have a wife, right? That's pro-life. The male principle is active. This is like this, right? It goes forward. It's solar. You need, when you understand depression, and really if you're sick, getting sniffles and you get depressed faster, your aura's down. This is according to Masonic science, occult science. Maybe you don't buy into this stuff, but this is what Queen Elizabeth actually admits she studies and shit. This is what they all study. They don't study COVID and shit, but if you're depressed, notice how active you've been. Have you been showering, working, going to the gym, dude? Yeah. It's the least activity, but that's the masculine principle. So when people like a lot of my girlfriends have said, you know, you overdosed on masculinity. I can't bear this. I can't live with you. Then we break up, and a year later, they're like, well, it's not that they come back. It's when we break up, they know they're never coming back. They go like this. I can never date a guy, John. Like literally, one tried to take her life 4 years ago, and she's like, I have never in my life seen anyone as a man after you. Like they all her. She starts saying the word, and I'm thinking to myself, yeah, you know, I almost went to jail. I got beaten up. I got jumped. I love that I overdosed on masculinity. It was the greatest decision of my life, all right?
Cool. Not only that, but at times we can see stars through the moon, proving it is not.
And hold on, pause. Another thing, I don't want to look cool. My nature is very, very feminine. Artist. I only ever passed one class, PE. I got an A, and poetry. Not English. I failed English, but poetry I love. Midsummer Night's Dream, Hamlet, Shakespeare. Not just structuring it was like for girls too. The girls were just horny when it was Romeo and Juliet. I'm like, bro, it's not like the movies. What the fuck? So I got into it. They're going through puberty. But when you look at what I'm good at, like sketching and stuff, I'm not good at any male brain stuff, like engineer brain. I don't have any of that. So I hypercompensated. Like if you think about it, like I literally could be a better painter than anything else. But I became obsessed with order and like sounding intelligent, all that, or being intelligent. But yeah, when you look at it, Sneeko and I, we're kind of artsy, bro. I'm not gonna lie, we're movie makers. You know what I mean? We're kind of energy.
Being an artist.
Are you an engineer? That's male. You're a fucking movie maker. That's female.
Engineers are all nerds.
But bro, a masculine brain cannot paint or make a movie.
Why are all the best artists are men?
Liberal men, feminine men.
But not why? If you're saying that artists being an artist is feminine, how come women suck at it?
Oh, because they're competing with men. But literally,
because they're competing with men.
It's not a real man. It's not a soy boy who gets paid by men.
Soy boys suck at being artists.
No. True that. What do you think? Picasso was fucking red pill?
He's not a soy boy.
There's no artist in history who was ever even straight. They're so.
Yeah, that's true. Marlon Brando was sucking dick.
So, but check this out. When you have the fusion of all the masculine, active, solar thoughts with the movie making, that's when you're like making millions of people respect you. Like,
what do you think about Stanley Kubrick?
What about him?
Do you think? I mean, he was.
He's a vet.
He was one of them boys. Was he? He exposed a lot of things, and I think he's one of the best artists of all time.
No, he casted one of the greatest spells.
Right, he's Jewish.
The globalist spell that the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, 20,001 Space Odyssey.
Because remember, if the Earth's a globe, the Bible's not real. If the Earth had dinosaurs, the Bible's not real. Literally every angle is an attack on the Bible, right? Like, you know, if the Bible said the Earth
and he promoted evolution in 2001.
Evolution. If evolution's real, the Bible's not real. But check this out. If the Bible had a verse where it says the Earth is moving and rotating, do you know that they would never make the Earth a ball? The psyop would be a cube. Do you know that that's exactly, it has to attack the Bible. It literally has to. You'll never find a psyop that doesn't. Does it have to attack the Quran? Yeah, sometimes. Not really. Only the Bible.
Solid rock 238,900 miles away.
This is good.
In the 60s, true science regarding the moon was the shadow band topic of its era.
Everyone on Earth thinks that's what the craters of the moon look like, CGI, but the craters are the continents we just saw in Vibes of Cosmos.
I consider myself to be an ordinary, humble person.
This would be Sneeko. You're shadow band, you're banned everywhere, he's banned everywhere.
Person who wants to serve mankind with what man has striven for from the beginning of consciousness, with truth and understanding of the world.
Now, one thing, you have a theory about the moon, and we expect to be able to get observable facts about the moon fairly soon.
Rather more
what is your theory?
Well, it is by now rather more than a theory. 10 or 11 years ago, I stated to various scientists that the moon is not a piece of rock, but it is plasma, cosmic plasma. Gravitational theories are out.
Did Stanley Kubrick direct the moon landing?
And the new concept of the cosmos and of its laws has to be evolved. This fact will eventually be confirmed. I made certain predictions which were already confirmed.
I have seen that Stanley
Kubrick. The moon can be translucent. You can see it during the day, and blue sky runs through it while it's in space.
That seems so weird.
The moon.
I don't know if I believe that.
It's your feminine brain, half of the brain. Hold on. The moon is the feminine.
I do think that the moon landing might be fake.
And the right side is the sun, the active.
And that does make sense.
Either side is bad. You're biting from the apple.
So I'm trying to conceptualize what so the Earth is. How thick is the Earth? If it's land?
Well, we've only dug 8 miles deep, so not even in the crust. So we don't know if there's a mantle. We just know volcanoes can appear.
Okay, so the Earth is around 8 miles, like thick.
No, way deeper.
Okay, sure. Okay, yeah. But beneath that, you're saying is the black sun.
Well, no, it would be the Sheol oil, right? Not dinosaur oil, but the Sheol, which is kind of like an underworld thing. And they say the black sun's there, charging the moon and the.
It's an electromagnetic.
Yeah. So check this out. So this is in my documentary, and I don't want to say this is the truth. I've never said this live because I hate getting humiliated. I only talk if I know. So this isn't like gospel or anything. My theory is the underworld, right? Hell, gives us a deception by giving us the apple. Half the apple is the sun, male, the other half is female, and we bite from these apples, the subconscious and the conscious mind. Like, so when you're sleeping, you're with the moon, when you're with the sun, right? That's why you have to sleep to your circadian rhythm. You have a diurnal and a nocturnal pulse to these fucking energies, but they're literally, it's a fugazi. It's nothing to do with God. Sun, moon worship, none of that. It's all star worship, Moloch, Star of Remphan. These are all, it's like a wizard spell, and that's why we look at, oh, they're beautiful, they must be like angels, they must, but really, this is in our material world. We have another world we belong to. Right? Remember, Christ held up his end of the deal. Right? We're washed in his blood.
Okay,
we're saved.
I'm trying to get
We gotta hold up our end of the deal.
Okay. So sun, flat Earth, black sun, dome. That's what it is? Electromagnetic.
Yeah, and the stars are fixed in the dome. Fixed.
Fixed in the dome. And then the moon, where's the moon?
So the moon would be either, some say in between the firmament, and I would say like 120,000 feet in altitude.
Are the moon and the sun the same size?
Yes, that's why they perfectly eclipse.
Okay. And then what about Mars and all the planets?
Right.
What
so
is
all
this
the
guy
planets
doing?
and star trails move in one direction.
The shit
That's
out of
God's
me.
will, or Schopenhauer would say the universe's will, or whatever the fuck. But fuck him.
But
Every
fuck
star's
him.
moving in the direction of God's will. When you go against God's will, you go to jail. Horrible things fucking happen, really.
True.
Which gods are their own gods? The pagans, like the Mars, god of war. These are stars with their own orbit. So you can actually say, I want to be like that. And there's 7 planets of antiquity that they worship, right? But basically, the 7 attributes of God are inverted as the Ephesians 2. And Carl Jung said every star is an angel, and the space it does not inhabit is a devil, which who knows what he meant by that, right? Or a fallen angel or demon. Now look at this. The planets don't follow God's cosmic clock. They do their own thing. They fall from grace, like the 33%, Masonic 33, of the angels that followed Lucifer, or the LGBT pride. And when you think about it, you want to be, like, I'll be honest, Andrew Tate suffers with Mars. Like, he wants to be like his own god of Mars, right? So it's always been the duality of the human who believes he's dirt, Zerka, and the human who believes he's God, Andrew Tate. And really, most humans on Earth really believe they can control their mental. Like, oh, you just quit. I can quit alcohol. I can quit. No, you can't. You literally need to bridge it with God. Period. End of story. Every single time. Alcoholics Anonymous say it. And this mindset gets you rich. But again, when your career is not linked to faith or God, you kill yourself. You know what I mean? You kill yourself. Right? Or you get rich in a Ferrari, and the girl in your Ferrari is staring at Zerka because Zerka's a preacher yelling, hey, stop it. Right?
Best way to introduce yourself to a girl in a nightclub? I don't really like this kind of a.
I'm trying to conceptualize so the Earth is. How thick is the Earth if it's flat?
Well, we've only dug 8 miles deep, so not even in the crust. So we don't know if there's a mantle. We just know volcanoes can appear.
Okay, so the Earth is around 8 miles, like thick.
No, way deeper.
Okay, sure. Okay, yeah. But beneath that, you're saying is the black sun.
Well, no, it would be the Sheol oil, right? Not dinosaur oil, but the Sheol, which is kind of like an underworld thing. And they say the black sun's there, charging the moon and the.
It's an electromagnetic.
Yeah. So check this out. So this is in my documentary, and I don't want to say this is the truth. I've never said this live because I hate getting humiliated. I only talk if I know. So this isn't like gospel or anything. My theory is the underworld, right? Hell, gives us a deception by giving us the apple. Half the apple is the sun, male. The other half is female. And we bite from these apples, the subconscious and the conscious mind. Like, so when you're sleeping.
I'm trying to attack blue, bro.
I've come to conclude that the Earth is a sphere. That's what, yeah, I walk home on the flat Earth.
There's a mountain of evidence.
Yeah,
if you don't see it, you're blind.
Flat Earthers.
The universe is not expanding. There's no Big Bang. I'm in the center of the universe. We want proof.
Talking about the Earth being flat. Thousands of scientists have looked into it. You think they're all wrong?
Most would be quick to call them idiotic conspiracy theorists. But what if they simply knew something we don't?
What if we lived here? What if this is where we live? Right there. Everything that you know is a lie.
You just haven't looked into it, that's all.
I flew to Connecticut to meet up with a man named Flat Earth Dave, who took me into his attic to convert me into a flat earther.
How long have you been a flat earther?
Around 2014, I was doing a podcast about conspiracy theories, and people started sending me flat earth stuff, and I was like, oh, that's ridiculous. I have an open mind, but not to that. And then finally, another researcher who I respect very much said, Dave, you gotta look at this. And she sent me a couple videos. And I started watching them with the idea just to disprove it.
Okay.
The flat earth is stupid, right? We all know.
So you were a round earther.
We were all globe earthers.
Got it.
All of us. Because we've been indoctrinated since before preschool.
To first understand the flat earth, I would have to throw away the idea of a globe and relearn an entirely new model for how the planet works.
The world ocean, think of it as a giant lake with all of the continents.
Okay.
As islands.
I can roll with this now.
The shoreline of our world is Antarctica.
Oh, where the fuck am I supposed to attack blue, you dumb
fuck?
fuck?
Why can't you fall off the edge of the flat earth? Because If you're on a lake, right, and you sail to the edge of the lake, can you fall off the lake? No, you step up onto the land. We're not allowed to go beyond 60 degrees south. That pink line, the Antarctic Treaty doesn't allow anyone to independently explore beyond that. Now, you can spend $10, $20, $50,000 to go to Antarctica for a couple of days. They'll take you to the little peninsula off the tip of Santiago, off of South America. Now, that peninsula is bigger than many countries. And they'll show you some ice and some penguins, but no one's independently allowed to explore beyond it. What's beyond it? I don't know. Early 1900s, they were talking about more land beyond Antarctica. What about this?
Whoa.
This makes sense. What if we lived here? What if this is where we lived? Right there. These are other ponds with their own suns.
Did we live in a tiny pond that is Earth as we know it, trapped by the Antarctic walls and NASA soldiers? Maybe.
So you legitimately think if I take some time and the viewers take time to look into all the information you provided,
100%.
we will come to the same conclusion?
1,000%. I offer 3 Bitcoins for 1 globe proof. Right? Because all the questions you're going to come up with, what about gravity? What about satellites? What about eclipses? What about seasons? What about sunsets? And all of that's answered.
Dave was prepared to destroy my top 10 list of reasons why the Earth is round, starting with...
What is that?
Gravity.
Just talking about gravity. So supposedly at the very, very perfect center, there's a molecule that says, I am the center. Everything come to me.
And it's because it has higher mass or it's heavier?
I don't know, man. Right? And neither do the scientists that claim it. They said there's not enough gravity to hold all of the solar system together.
Okay.
So they go, well, there has to be dark matter and dark energy because if there isn't, then gravity's a lie. When you have a scientific theory and you have 96% of it's wrong, you probably throw out the theory, but in cosmology, they go, no, we'll just make up something to fill in that 96%. But I borrowed $100 from you and I gave you 4. I go, we're even. And you're like, no, where's the other 96? I'm like, well, there's dark dollars. Dark dollars. Are you good with that? Because I understand that gravity is complete and total nonsense.
That's a bold claim, though, right, for the average person. Ships in the horizon. The horizon is the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet.
So when somebody sees a ship appear to go over the horizon, they go, oh, that's Earth curved. But if the Earth was curved, there would be a set distance that it would have to disappear. What do I mean by that? The Earth is 24,901 miles around. According to globe math, the drop is 6 feet at just 3 miles. So if you're a 6-foot-tall person standing at the edge of perfectly calm water on a perfectly clear day, you should not be able to see the surface of that water beyond 3 miles because it's dipping over
if this guy wouldn't have
horizon at 3 miles away. But we have pictures where we can zoom in. We can see an oil rig at 17 miles away, whatever. We see many things, but we can see the surface of the water beyond the oil rig. When the water is at complete and total rest, it's perfectly, measurably, testably, provably flat. We can watch a ship go over the horizon, and it looks like it disappears, but in reality, we can zoom back in and bring those ships back into view after they completely appeared to disappear.
I shouldn't have been listening to
because
that
of the angular resolution limits of our eyes.
What a douche.
Because when you're in an Olympic-sized swimming pool, perfectly clear water, we've got your goggles on, you go at one end of the pool, you can't see the other end of the pool. Why? The water's perfectly clear. Because it's not perfectly clear. It becomes more opaque over distance. The air is the same thing. Why is it that I can go out at night?
Wait, I want to see what his thing about gravity was.
Molecule.
I got something that's never been done before. 30 teams, single elimination, 1 NBA cup.
That says
I got something that's never been done before. 30 teams,
what the
single elimination, 1 NBA cup.
I'm the center. Everything come to me.
And it's because it has higher mass or it's heavier?
I don't know, man. Right? And neither do the scientists that claim it. They said there's not enough gravity to hold all of the solar system together.
Okay.
So they go, well, there has to be dark matter and dark energy because if there isn't, then gravity's a lie. When you have a scientific theory and you have 96% of it's wrong, you probably throw out the theory, but in cosmology, they go, no, we'll just make up something to fill in that 96%. But I borrowed $100 from you and I gave you 4. I go, we're even. And you're like, no, where's the other 96? I'm like, well, there's dark dollars. Dark dollars. Are you good with that? Because I understand that gravity is complete and total nonsense.
That's a bold claim, though, right, for the average person. Ships in the horizon. The horizon is the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet.
So when somebody sees a ship appear to go over the horizon, they go, oh, that's Earth curved. But if the Earth was curved, there would be a set distance that it would have to disappear. What do I mean by that? The Earth is 24,901 miles around. According to globe math, the drop is 6 feet at just 3 miles. So if you're a 6-foot-tall person standing at the edge of perfectly calm water on a perfectly clear day, you should not be able to see the surface of that water beyond 3 miles because it's dipping over your physical horizon at 3 miles away. But we have pictures where we can zoom in, we can see an oil rig at 17 miles away, whatever. We see many things, but we can see the surface of the water beyond the oil rig. When the water is at complete and total rest, it's perfectly, measurably, testably, provably flat. We can watch a ship go over the horizon, and it looks like it disappears, but in reality, we can zoom back in and bring those ships back into view after they completely appeared to disappear. Things disappear because of the angular resolution limits of our eyes.
Interesting.
Because when you're in an Olympic-sized swimming pool, perfectly clear water, you got your goggles on, you go at one end of the pool, you can't see the other end of the pool. Why? The water's perfectly clear. Because it's not perfectly clear. It becomes more opaque over distance. The air is the same thing. Why is it that I can go out at night, take a picture of the stars, and
this is your garbage trash browser, and this is Opera GX. You see this difference? Opera is 100% customizable. You can even set how much RAM and CPU usage it uses so it doesn't slow down your computer at all. Look at how much more efficient Opera is than Chrome. Do you see this? Opera has a massive variety of mods, but most importantly, check out my custom Beppo mod with these custom sound effects, background music, keyboard sounds, and you can turn off any of the things that you don't.
And then every year on the same night, forever, I can go out and take this exact same pictures and none of the stars have changed. When we're moving 4.5 billion miles a year, they tell us that the Earth wobbles, right? We move 1 degree every 76 years. In the Great Pyramid of Giza, there's also a shaft that points at Polaris. And we're like, hold on, with that wobble, how's it pointing at Polaris? You know what the mainstream argument is? Well, there used to be a different North Star 2,000 years ago. We just happen to live in the time where it's pointing towards this other star.
I see.
What happens when you open a pressurized can of soda? You open it, what do you hear? What's going on there?
Carbon dioxide's exiting the can?
Well, the gas that's higher pressure than the outside air is equalizing instantly.
Sure.
So you open it, so they try to equalize. So the heliocentric model says, we live on a ball surrounded by water, surrounded by air, adjacent to a void, a vacuum of space, to the lowest pressure possible. Why doesn't the air all fly up? And the only answer you can come up with is, well, gravity's holding it down. What about high up in the sky where gravity's supposed to be less? How come it's not sucking all the air up? Gas violently fills the available space. But for some reason...
Well, they would say that it's because of gravity is pulling it down.
To the photographs, satellite images that have been provided to us.
Satellite images. So what's that? What?
That's what... It's that gravity is pulling it down.
Satellite images. Here's the blue marble that was on everyone's iPhone, and if you look at the clouds, made in Photoshop. Right? And the guy that made this, his name is Robert Simon. He's a digital artist for NASA. He said he made it in Photoshop. 2012 image, 2002 image. Look at the United States. How did it get so much bigger? Here's a 1978 picture and a 2017 picture, right? But what's wrong with that picture? All the clouds are the same. So from 1978 to 2017, the clouds never changed? Identical.
I see the circled one. Yeah, you're right. Why don't we have a photo of Antarctica?
Exactly. And if you look at Antarctica from space,
it's always clouds?
No, it's not clouds, it's cartoons. They don't even have images.
Whoa. No. Other planets are spherical. So if this is that, then that must be this.
Have you ever looked up in the sky and seen Jupiter?
I've never even seen a planet in the sky, I'll be honest.
Okay, well, you have. You just didn't even notice it because they look like
it's
a bright
star.
Disney and NASA that work together want you to believe in
Disney
other planets
and NASA.
And other worlds, okay? We can zoom in on stars and planets and their pulsing orbs of energy. What are they? Love to know. I don't know. Your head is the sun, and it's holding on to the earth, and it's pulling it, it's letting it go fall around you, okay? Right? But I got a moon here, and this moon is going around the earth. When it comes towards the sun, shouldn't the sun kind of pull it a little bit? And when it comes around away from the sun, shouldn't it be slowed down a little bit?
But the laws of inertia, right, would argue that it's stuck in this elliptical.
You're making up things because you're trying to defend your position, which we all do.
I mean,
the Globers will say that the gravity of the earth negates the gravity of the sun. So the sun can hold on to the earth, can hold on to Pluto, but it can't affect the moon. You know who is in charge of all international flights? NASA.
Whoa.
NASA is in charge of
Actually?
And they run GPS.
Not a single plane has...
I didn't know that.
A commercial plane has flown over Antarctica?
No, none, ever.
Whoa, why?
Because you can't fly over Antarctica. Look at the Earth. They'll come over Antarctica, and then they'll just come back. But there's so many pilots now that have spoken out, military and commercial pilots.
A little bit too much for my brain.
This one's gonna send you over the edge.
All right.
Okay.
No pun intended.
Over the edge. Southern flights prove that the Earth is not a ball. This is the World Cup soccer.
Oh.
Okay. They were in Doha. They wanted to go back to Buenos Aires. They went to Rome to refuel, and then they went back there. Why didn't they just go here? Because if they did, there's no place to refuel out here. On a flat Earth, Doha, Rome, Buenos Aires. Taiwan to Los Angeles. They had an emergency right about here. Well, where would you land? Well, you could go to Hawaii. You might as well go to Los Angeles. Instead, they went all the way to Alaska. Okay?
Flat Earth.
Right? Flat Earth, Taiwan, Alaska, Los Angeles.
Ooh.
Okay. So here's an emergency. They were going from New York to Hawaii, right about here, and they said we have to land. So they went to Seattle, which is like 1,000 miles out of the way. They got there in record time. New York, Seattle, Hawaii.
Who's directing the airlines to construct these flight pathways?
NASA. So here's the thing. NASA isn't a space agency. NASA is the World Intelligence Agency. Everyone reports to them. FBI, CIA, KGB, CCP.
KGB.
Well, why would they lie about the shape of the Earth? What difference does it make? NASA was created right after Project High Jump when Admiral Byrd flew out in Antarctica. On the other side of the South Pole, he found land bigger than the United States, filled with resources. Look at that. From Middle America, he would be in where South Africa is or where Australia is. And another continent the size of the United States that no one has ever seen or set foot upon? What does that mean? What if he went from Middle America over what they call Antarctica and then found another continent out here?
Then that would destroy our whole worldview of reality.
Now, what if there's other civilizations here? What if these are where the controllers of the world live? Okay? What if...
I'm getting chills right now.
Because the reality, your soul is going, yes, listen. Right? Get rid of your programmed mind. People don't realize, well, Russia would have ratted us out and this and that. They're all in it together. Everything that you know is a lie. The United Nations map, Flat Earth map. International Maritime Organization, Flat Earth map. World Meteorological Organization, Flat Earth map. International Civil Aviation Organization. These are the things that control the world. Why do they all have
That is
Flat Earth
weird.
maps?
Well,
what the fuck?
I don't know. Artistically, maybe they couldn't.
Artistically? Is that your explanation? Here, now let me ask you a question.
Take off the mask and look at your smile.
She made these. Whoa. That is ouch. Oh my gosh, man. It looks so.
If this is where we live, would you call this the outer space?
Sure.
What is it? More land? Extra territory? Extra terra?
Extraterrestrials.
Extraterrestrials from where?
Outer space.
Bingo. So why does it matter? Then when you understand that we're actually at the center of creation, this place was built for us, and we have natural law which says that nobody can take our free will away. Once you understand that nobody has control over you, you take your power back. You stop feeding this beast system that we're in. Globers think they know everything, but they don't know anything. And it's only for those that are willing to look and understand and see why it matters that get it. You know, once you get it, you can't unget it.
Is the Earth flat? Is gravity real?
I don't even know what to think anymore. Could NASA be behind the biggest cover-up in human history? And what are they hiding behind Antarctica? Scientists,
I
hit me in
meant
the comment
to
section, because
do
I
an
don't know
attack.
anymore. I am curious how deep this rabbit hole goes and where it will lead me.
So I flew to Las Vegas to attend Flattoberfest, a flat Earth convention to see who else had drank the Kool-Aid.
We learned a lot from Dave, but now we need to figure out, is this actually legitimate? Let's go. You go to the Flat Earth convention?
Yes,
Oh, right on. What caused you to become a flat earther?
I was flying to Vegas, and guy on the flight was like, Earth is flat, and I'm like, you're an idiot.
Sure.
So then I spent like years researching it.
Okay.
And so I think a lot of people have a hard time accepting that the government or a select few people or whatever are in control of like all this information that, you know, they're being fed lies. Set down the indoctrination of what you were told to believe and just like use your mental power.
Do you believe in a flat Earth?
No, I don't.
Do you have a response to this?
I mean, whoever feel compelled to research the truth, by all means, you will be a lot more sold into it rather than someone telling you what to think.
With fellow flat earthers everywhere around me, I entered the convention to see if they could answer the questions Flat Earth Dave had left me with.
Made it. How you doing? Dave!
Thanks for coming, man.
I feel like I'm losing my sense of reality.
No, you're gaining a sense of
You're
reality
right.
because on a spinning ball, there is no
It
reality.
doesn't make any sense.
None
No,
whatsoever.
you're right. How many attendees do we have today?
I don't know, maybe 300-400. Maybe 400. Thank you.
Yeah, got fans.
Yeah.
After reuniting with Dave, I walked into the event that began with a declaration of war.
And to the trolls, I will give you the same statement I gave back in 2015. Bringing people to your channel to make fun of Flat Earth is like shooting wooden arrows into a bonfire. From a distance, it looks like you're doing something. Kern exposing more and more people to our truth. And you never stood a chance.
Yeah! Okay, yeah, I have a question. First of all, I feel empowered to be here around all my Flat Earth brethren and sisters right now, so thank you. Secondly, what I wanted to ask was, I have a girlfriend, God bless her soul, who...
Why, is she dead?
She's not dead. It's worse than that. She's a glober.
She's a glober.
How can I get my girlfriend to see the
globe
light?
tard, bro.
It really depends on the circumstances. Does she have a master's degree in anything?
No.
Okay, does she have a bachelor's degree in something?
Yes.
Is in physical science?
No.
She's got a shot. Did she have any family members that used to work in aerospace?
Her grandfather's a NASA scientist.
And how old are you?
I'm 23.
Oh, dude, you have plenty of time. There's so many people out there.
Let me ask you this. Is being a part of this community worth everything? All my friends hate me. My family thinks I'm a fool. My relationship's struggling.
Welcome to the club.
Welcome to the club.
Why do they want us to be deceived?
Well, you are new. It's not what they stand to gain, it's what they stand to lose.
Oh, no, I want a deeper answer. Why? Why? Why are we the select few? What's so special about us?
So there's always going to be people that go against the grain. The critical thinking, when we spread it, it affects other people. And yeah, it doesn't work on everybody. Probably like your girlfriend. Well, if she ever brings up the Dunning-Kruger effect, then, just...
That's what she said I was a victim of. I was like...
Are you serious?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. All right.
She's gaslighting me? Yeah, anyways, thanks.
After telling the story of my non-believer girlfriend, several flat earthers came to me telling me stories of how they too had lost relationships due to their belief in the flat earth.
My 18-year marriage ended as a result. I was able to open my eyes to some of the research and really looked into it. Then as I began to try to talk to my husband about it, it just didn't work. And I got to the point where I was insulted every day or made fun of every day.
I see. So he would question your intelligence?
Yes.
I see.
And I'm a highly intelligent person. Everything I believe is being questioned.
Sure.
Because once you're open to flat earth, everything else falls apart too. Don't listen to the sound bites. Look into it.
Okay. So was it worth it to break up with her?
It was me wanting to know the truth, and she thought it was like encompassing everything that I wanted to do.
The biggest problem with this is that to have this, you need a sun, you need this orbiting around it, you need planets around that, you need calculus, you need trig, you need quantum mechanics. Unfathomable numbers, we can't even do it. We shrink it down to this.
While some of these ideas seemed insane, these were some of the nicest people I had ever met that almost immediately welcomed me into their community despite my skepticism.
What is the biggest thing that could convince the average person to believe in a flat earth?
The gravity thing,
what do you mean?
That it's just it's a theory.
For flat earthers to make sense of gravity, they would need a different model to explain it. If they could sell me on that, I would become a full believer.
Dave points to you as one of the biggest brains in this community. I do this.
So true.
What just happened?
You're more dense in the air.
Well, why don't I go flying into the air?
Why
Just
would you?
endlessly. Why would I not?
There's a downward electric bias that sets the direction.
Wait, what?
And then there's a positive electric gradient as you increase, and then it goes down to equalize. It sets the up and down.
Won't that same force hold the air down to the earth if it's a ball?
Why does it not affect the air? That's a good question, actually.
No one said anything's being pulled down. There's a downward electric gradient, so that gives you downward pressure.
Turn that into layman's
The
terms.
higher you go, the more positive charge there is in the air.
Why?
Because that's the way that the world works, man.
What's pulling you to follow the earth? If you're already free from gravity and the earth is going, why are you following the earth? What other force propels you to follow the earth? You out in space and you're just hanging there by yourself, and Earth is going through the galaxy at 666 miles an hour. If you're already free, you came here for one reason.
What was that?
To not learn nothing.
I'm learning. What are you talking about?
Did you learn anything?
Wait, what if I didn't?
That means that you're here for an agenda.
Answer my question.
Listen, bro, concentrate.
Yeah, okay, sorry. He's distracted, yeah.
Just concentrate, all right? What other force is pulling you to follow the Earth?
Between the actual attractive force between the molecules.
Yeah, but how did you measure it?
I don't have to measure it.
But neither do I have to. I don't have the time or decades to understand every field of science, right? We're relying on some level of expertise, to be honest. Do you trust someone else who did the test for you?
Absolutely.
Why would you
World
do that?
records. Because I know people that have personally done it.
Doesn't that sound like just the foundation of science, believing scientists have done the same experiment? The more questions I asked, the less the flat Earth made sense.
Kyler, I believe that you are actually looking for the truth.
I am. It's
I
hard
know.
to understand.
I know. It's not that hard.
Do you guys ever go back to being a glober?
Yeah, I don't think I can.
No, some people will just never see it. Like, no matter what you present to them.
Some people just don't care.
Do you guys believe 9/11 was a false flag?
Oh, absolutely.
Do you believe the moon landing is fake?
Look at his shirt.
It seems like a common thing among these flat earthers is that they had no trust or faith in the government or science.
Take it a little deeper than that, where I think that all these things that they push on the media are completely fabricated.
The belief in one conspiracy led to the belief in another.
Moon landing, not because you can't land a rocket on a disk of light.
I realized flat Earth was the tip of the iceberg with a blatant rejection of critical thinking at the bottom. These people were the select few in on the world's largest secret, while everyone else was a fool.
So it is possible for human beings to move in 5 dimensions, but not only that, our science needs to be kicked up several notches higher, because that will help everyone.
Ironically, this convention had reconverted me into a glober.
I can tell you're up to something.
Me? We're trying to learn the truth.
Yeah, you're real genuine. You look like if date was a person.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Who was a
Why are you so
person?
upset?
Because
you're a phony.
I'm a phony?
You're a phony.
Oh, okay. Okay, walk away.
Oh, I'm walking away because I.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, you're like 2 feet taller. You knocked me out.
I'll beat you in a rap battle.
I believe you.
Interesting.
Any other questions? Raise your hand.
I got a question. Okay, so I just want to say great presentation, by the way. And secondly, I came here initially as a flat earther, but after talking to all of you, more particularly the ginger, who said I looked like if Date was a person, I want to give him a shout out. I've come to conclude that the Earth is a sphere. And I will give anyone $1,000 right now outside if you can prove me wrong. Yeah. $1,000. $1,000. I'll walk home.
What a globe tard, bro.
I'm not trolling.
What the hell are you doing here?
There's a mountain of evidence.
Yeah, let's hear it.
If you don't see it, you're blind. Not everybody's got the mental capacity to really see it.
So wait, hold on. You were a flat earther, but now you're not? That doesn't make any sense.
Absolutely does.
Can't prove a closed mind.
I was gonna let you pass, but that was kind of a crazy move you did in there to get some good footage in your video. Are you gonna end with where they can find more information, or are you gonna leave that?
All right, tell the viewers.
If you want more information, go to flatearthdave.com. Don't believe anything that you heard in this video from him or from me or from anybody else. Go verify it yourself.
Also, whoever has the most viewed TikTok or YouTube short using a clip from this video, I'll send you $500. Post however many times you want, but you must tag my TikTok/YouTube @ and put YouTube Tyler Oliveira in the title/description.
Living with opioid addiction can be a struggle, trapped in a cycle of opioid use, withdrawal, and cravings. For adults with moderate to severe opioid addiction whose withdrawal symptoms are controlled by oral buprenorphine for at least 7 days, Sublocade may help them keep moving towards recovery. In a study, people treated with once-monthly Sublocade plus counseling were 14 times more likely to have treatment success versus placebo. Sublocade continuously releases the medicine buprenorphine all month with no real daily ups and downs. Buprenorphine is known to reduce cravings and block the rewarding effects of opioids.
Sublocade can cause serious life-threatening reactions and death if injected in a vein or if taken with certain other medicines or illicit drugs. Do not take Sublocade with other opioid medicines, benzodiazepines, alcohol, or other depressants without your doctor's approval. Ask your doctor about naloxone for emergency treatment of opioid overdose. Get emergency help if naloxone is given or if you feel faint, dizzy, confused, sleepy, uncoordinated, have blurred vision, slurred speech, or are breathing slower than normal. These can be signs of an overdose or other
any further ado, let us bring in the guest for the Flat Earth debate. Here we go. Here's Flat Earth. David. Hey, David, how's it going?
Hey, what's going on? Thanks for having me. This
Thank
is
you for
going
coming
to
back.
be interesting for sure.
It's going to be very interesting, isn't it? And Professor Dave.
Howdy.
Thank you for coming on for the first time.
Thanks for having me.
Congratulations on your YouTube success, man. 2 million subs. That's phenomenal.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is the first time I think a real flat earther, I'll call myself a real flat earther, has spoken direct with Professor Dave, as he normally does videos, that just go out and pretty much straw man us, whether you know it or not, or gaslight us, and then there's really no way to respond because.
No, so you've never seen my channel ever and have no idea what I do because I make academic tutorials.
I have, but you're.
How can you sit there and say a porn star hasn't gone through it? Like, I've met all the porn stars. They all say they have a troubled past. Even
Dear Detour, you asked us to measure up. So yeah, we did. When life slings you...
A little girl in Seattle is capturing hearts all over the internet thanks to her Jumbotron debut at a Mariners game.
This is Beatrix Hart. The internet has quickly dubbed her Cotton Candy Girl, and this has turned her into a meme.
Because I was being silly with my cotton candy.
Beatrix's parents say it wasn't a sugar rush. The 3-year-old just loves making faces.
She loves her cotton candy.
You're telling me that this isn't the face of a sugar rush, Mom and Dad? Well, you'd be telling me right. Sugar rushes are a complete and utter lie. And today we're putting this long-standing food myth to bed. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Food Theory, the show that has a sweet tooth for the sweet truth. Friends, October is upon us. It is spooky season. It's the month of costumes, horror, and above all, candy. Lots and lots of candy. But as you get older, the season's less about TPing the house of that one neighbor that gives away healthy apples and toothbrushes during trick-or-treating, and more about dreading your 5-year-old bouncing off the walls after consuming half their body weight in Kit Kats. We've all seen it. Heck, plenty of us have experienced it ourselves. Except the idea of a sugar rush? It's all a lie. It's one of the greatest, most widely perpetuated pieces of misinformation in all of fooddom. And it was all designed to sell a book. So this Halloween, prepare to eat half your body weight in chocolate bars and Sour Patch Kids guilt-free, because today we Candy Crush the Sugar Rush. Sugar making you hyper is a tale as old as time, if time were born back in the 1970s. You see, the whole concept began back in 1973 when a doctor named Ben Feingold created a diet named after himself, the Feingold diet. Now, this guy wasn't just some Joe Schmo doctor walking off the streets, he was a prominent figure in the field. He had studied under Professor Clemens von Perke, who, among other things, was the guy that originated the term allergy. So, yeah, kind of a big deal. The point is, when Feingold came out with this diet, people listened. And they listened even harder when he said that his diet was going to be the thing that helped treat hyperactivity in kids. Because on behalf of all the tired, overworked parents out there, if someone says they know how to make your kids behave better, whoo boy do you listen. The basic premise of the Feingold diet was that kids were becoming more hyperactive due to all the additives and artificial flavorings present in their food. While he didn't directly point to sugar as the cause of all that hyperactivity, people started to make a connection that good old Ben would heavily reinforce with his book, Why Your Child is Hyperactive, just 2 years later. His book was focused around the case of a young boy who loved soft drinks and candy, and who would go crazy after birthday parties and during gatherings around the holidays where he'd consume a lot of both of those things. Yeah, despite being a doctor with decades of education under his belt, he couldn't think of any other reason why a small child might get hyperactive during parties full of friends, games, and people that he loved. It just had to be all the sugar from the sodas and candy and cakes that he was consuming. And so, how did the good doctor propose that you solve this hyperactivity problem? By the Feingold diet, of course. Basically, the book was just all marketing for his diet. But if the science is sound, then that shouldn't matter, right? Well, unfortunately, the science, it wasn't sound. See, our bodies need sugar. They need it. Every cell in our body uses glucose, a form of sugar for energy. When you eat sweet foods like cakes or candies, your body breaks down the sugar and absorbs it as glucose. This, in turn, raises your blood sugar levels. In other words, you got a lot of sugar pumping through your body that's ready to use by your cells. All your body needs is the green light then to use it. And that green light comes in the form of the hormone insulin. Insulin is basically the body telling itself that it's time to absorb the glucose. As As the cells use up the glucose, your blood sugar levels start to dip, causing your body to release a different hormone, glucagon, which, no, is not the evolution of a Gen 5 Pokemon. Instead, it's basically the opposite of insulin. Its job is to tell our bodies to release some of our stored up sugar supplies to balance out our blood sugar levels. Our bodies are extremely good at keeping these things in check when we're healthy, so barring a condition like diabetes, we don't generally experience excessively high or excessively low blood sugar levels. That post-sugar crash that you sometimes feel, it isn't so much a crash, it's just your blood sugar returning back down to normal equilibrium. And here's where we start to dip into some confusion. There's a fairly big difference between what we commonly refer to as energy and what energy means in a scientific sense. When you or I talk about energy, it's typically to describe things like level of alertness. Energy is the opposite of fatigue. It's energy drinks. It's things that keep you awake and strong. But energy, the science term, is just your body's ability to carry out its everyday processes. And in food, this energy is measured in calories. So here's where the mix-up occurs. Sugar happens to be calorically dense, meaning that a small amount of it gives the body a lot of energy. But it's not the bouncing off the walls kind that most people see on TV and in movies and on the Jumbotron during sports games. It's giving your body plenty of fuel to keep going. The excess is stored as fat. It's not released as hyperactivity. And this is something that science has looked into and proven time and time again in the aftermath of the Feingold diet. There have been over a dozen double-blind, randomized, placebo-controlled trials disproving the connection between hyperactivity and sugar. And it's worth noting that that jargon dump of words right there, that is the gold standard we're talking about when it comes to scientific analysis, where you've eliminated all other variables and sources of bias just to focus on one thing and one thing only. And in the case of these studies, that one thing is whether sugar causes hyperactivity.
Shelves. Shelves that know what taste buds want. Shelves smart enough to see, sense, react, restock.
In fact, there was a meta-analysis done, essentially just a combination of multiple independent studies that compiled 16 of these randomized control tests and found once and for all that sugar did not affect the behavior or performance of people. So go ahead, eat your fun-sized Snickers and chug your Pixie Sticks till you're blue in the face, or probably more accurately, till your tongue is blue in your face. Except that still doesn't answer the one major question here. Why does the myth perpetuate? Why does it seem like kids get more hyper after they consume sugar? Well, it all boils down to two main factors. The first is anecdotal bias. The issue is when you expect a certain outcome, your brain tries its best to see it. Basically, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. For instance, there was one study in 1994 where a group of kids were given a sugar-free drink. Half the group's parents were told the truth, and the other half were told that this thing was full of sugar. Can you guess what happened? I bet you can. The parents who thought that their kids had just chugged down a mountain of sugar reported that their kids were more hyperactive. Without realizing it, they started seeking out the behavior that they deemed as hyperactive and even changed how they interacted with their kids, which then influenced how the kids reacted to them. It was all a self-generated problem. The second reason for the Feingold fallacy, though, is a bit more complicated and actually the complete opposite of what you'd expect. It's actually fatigue. You see, the whole idea of the sugar rush is actually more of a sugar bust. Recent research has shown that sugar actually seems to increase fatigue levels, making you feel more tired and less alert after you eat it. Remember when I said that the sugar rush is all in your head? Well, it is, in more ways than one. Sugar prompts the release of dopamine in the brain. Essentially, it's the brain congratulating itself for eating a calorically dense food, making you happy and making you crave it more. It is literally altering your brain chemistry to make you addicted to it. Over a long period of time, your body will make less dopamine and have less dopamine receptors to balance out the effects of the sugar. But in the short term, after the rush of dopamine to your body ends and you work to return to normal levels, you feel symptoms of dopamine deficiency, including lack of motivation, fatigue, lack of concentration, and trouble sleeping. What's worse is that sugar inhibits the production of orexin, a chemical in your brain that stimulates the feeling of being awake. The more sugar you eat, the more sleepy and sluggish you feel. And that right there is important. You see, fatigue presents itself in vastly different ways depending on what age you are. When adults are tired, they get sleepy. You can actually thank evolution for that one. Back when our survival depended on long days of hunting and gathering, adult bodies that got tired were actually more efficient and helped conserve energy, which is actually why you feel lethargic. It helped to conserve energy for the next day full of hunting and gathering. It's also why we're programmed to try and find quick fixes for the depleted energy stores, hence why you tend to snack when you get tired. For adults, survival depended on smart energy stores. storage. But when kids get tired, they get hyperactive, getting fidgety just like you'd expect from someone who just pounded a pack of Sour Patch Kids. And again, back in the olden days when we were at risk of getting mauled to death by bears, giant birds, and saber-toothed cats, a child's survival depended on being able to react quickly to a threat, even when tired. When a child gets overtired, the main hormone secreted is cortisol, the stress hormone. Cortisol is designed to make us more alert and is great for a fight or flight response, but children respond to that chemical process differently. Some by becoming giddy and running wildly around the house, others by becoming angry, grumpy, and short-tempered. The exact sorts of behavior that were synonymous with a sugar rush. In short, the stereotypical sugar rush is really just two parts. One, blood sugar and dopamine levels lowering back down to normal, and two, kids being tired from all the excitement of birthday parties and trick-or-treating while sugar blocks their orexin levels, preventing them from feeling tired. So this Halloween, after you binge those fun-sized candy bars with your kids, make sure to all take a nap, because whether you're a kid bouncing off the walls or an adult struggling to form a sentence, everyone is just sleepy. But hey, that's just a theory. A food theory. Bon appetit.
Mobile games are going big. Play the official PC version of Clash of Clans with Google Play Games. Download and play today.
Create an amazing website with Fiverr. You'll need your web developer, UX writer, and Amy, a Fiverr.
There was a guy that had 2 sons. He was very wealthy. His younger son, when he turned 18, went to his father and said, "Dad, I want you to give me my portion. I want you to give me my inheritance. I don't want to work for you anymore. I want to go out in the world and find my own way." And the father honored his request and gave him the amount, a lot of money. The young man immediately left for a faraway land and started really living up his life. Going to the club, VIP, bottle service, spending money, girls, drugs, having a good time, doing all the things that he was constrained from doing when he was with his father. After a while, a famine came on the land and things started to be really hard. All the friends that had gathered around him that he'd had such a good time with quickly abandoned him the moment his money ran out, and he found himself to be in great need. When he went to his friends, they were not to be found. He got so desperate that he had to eventually take a meaningless job, feeding swine, feeding pigs. And he'd fallen so far, coming from a home, a loving home with his mother and his father, and plenty to eat, an inheritance, a head start in the world. He'd thrown it all away on riotous living and found himself in the employment of a pig farmer. His job was to go out and to slop these pigs, to feed them with remnants of food and corn husks and rotten things. And so hungry and desperate was he that he would dream of eating the very food that he was supposed to be giving to the pigs. After a while, he got to thinking, good grief, how much better is the position of my father's manservants? He's got all sorts of guys working for him. They've got a nice place to live. He provides them with clothing, water, good food, and pay. What am I doing here slopping these pigs when I could at least be doing that? You see, he realized what he had done, and he knew that he had went too far and his father would never be able to accept him back. Pride kept him from returning home. But his situation became so desperate, he didn't see that he had another choice. So he started the journey. It was a rough journey, on foot, many, many days. And on his way, he had a lot of time to rehearse what he was going to say to his father. He thought, if I could just get out the words quick enough before my father completely loses it, maybe he'll give me a job. I have no expectations of being reinstated as heir or son. I've lost that privilege. So day by day, he rehearsed what he would say. And when the old homestead came into view, his father saw him a long ways off. You see, his father had been looking for him every day, morning, noon, and night. He would travel out to the edge and look at the direction his son had left, hoping and praying that by chance someday he would return. And by chance, that one day, he saw him. Well, when he was a great way off, the father called to his servants, "Come, my son, I believe that's my son, let's go." He met him. He rushed out and ran to him. Didn't wait for his son to come up, wasn't standing there with a stern look, wasn't there waiting to give him a rebuke, a good talking to, a lecture for his improprieties and the shame that he'd brought on his God, the shame he'd brought on the father and his family. He didn't do any of that. He ran out to his son and fell upon him. They fell upon one another. They fell upon their necks. They embraced in a hug. A lot of crying and weeping. The moment the son could compose himself, he started to speak the speech that he'd rehearsed so many times. "Father, I've sinned against you and against God. I'm no longer worthy to be called your son." But before he could get out his rehearsed speech, his father said, No, I don't want to hear any of that. Snapped his fingers to a manservant. Quickly, put a signet ring on his hand.
When you write, your tone influences how readers respond. With Grammarly, just highlight your text and type how you want to sound. Get your message right every time. Download it for...
Take the finest clothing that we have and cover him with this. And send another man back home and prepare a feast. Kill the fatted calf. My son, which was dead, is alive again. He was lost and has been found. That story I've shared many times because it's my favorite story, because it's the story of the prodigal son. Why I like that is because that is such a wonderful allegory of I think, of you and of me, of the times of where we were not able to take the lessons and the guidance from God that would have saved us so many aggravations, so many troubles. We had to go out into the world and get mauled by it and find out ourselves. You know, sometimes you find yourself in that situation when you're in the gutter, when you're feeding the pigs, where everything is falling apart, and you cry out to God and you ask him, why? Why have you done this? Why have you forsaken me? Why have you let things get so bad? And you think back to the very beginning when he approached his son, the son approached the father for the first time. If the father would not have let him go, would not have given him his inheritance, do you think the son would have been able to live peacefully and would have been able to become a productive son and a productive member of the homestead and to learn the lessons that his father wanted to teach him, to prevent him from falling into the pitfalls of life and making all these mistakes that destroy our lives? Sometimes there are people that can do that. And sometimes there are people like you and like me that need to go out into the world and find out for yourself. The saddest part, though, is many of us, because of pride, are unwilling to go back home and to give or rehearse that speech. Because we don't know our Father. We think that when we get home, we're going to receive a rebuke, an embarrassing lecture. Or maybe he won't accept us at all and turn us away, and our trip would have been in vain. But the story tells us that the son didn't know his father very well, because he didn't think that what would happen, that he would be reinstated to his previous position, that his father would forgive him for what he had done and help him to get back on track. That allegory in the New Testament is the relationship between us and God. And the most encouraging thing to me is the fact that the father never stopped looking for his son. 3 times a day, he would go out and look. And the moment he saw him, he didn't wait for him to come to make the long journey up the driveway, but he ran to him. He closed the distance. He met him where he was at. God is looking for you. He's been waiting for you to come back the entire time. What have you got to lose?
Have you ever felt a growing sense of hope in a new day?
I've spent a lot of time in my career defending the institution of marriage, and I defend it because it's the bedrock of civilization, so It deserves defending, and I defend it because it's under constant attack, so it needs defending. And one of the most troubling developments in recent years, which we've discussed on the show in the past, is that these attacks...
SS Sniper Wolf and Azzyland hate to be compared. But of course that won't stop their viewers, even YouTube itself, from lumping them together every day of their lives, whether stuffing Sniper Wolf videos into Azzy's trending topic, or just playing their videos back to back and causing widespread confusion. For most of their careers, people have told them they look like sisters. They're not. And now, even friendship seems out of the question.
Always be yourself, unless you suck. Then pretend to be somebody else. And that's on Azzyland.
Both are accused of lying and stealing and trying to be the other one.
Alright, I'm gonna end today's stream there. I'll stream tomorrow. Deuces.